Welcome to this tutorial on how to create the ultimate personal budget in Excel. A personal budget is one of the most fundamental and powerful tools for actively taking control over your personal finances, as it helps you to understand and to proactively plan where your money goes. While many people already use Excel to build simple expense trackers for themselves, I want to bring this to an entirely new level and show you how to build a full-blown personal budget management tool in Excel that lets you proactively plan your income allocation to custom expense and savings categories for every single month, then lets you track and assign your actual money flows to these defined categories, and based on that automatically generates a well-structured and interactive dashboard analysis with a detailed breakdown of your budget performance for each individual month and year. Let me quickly state that nothing said in this video is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, and this tutorial is solely about the creation of a powerful personal finance tool in Excel. With that being said, let's take a deeper look at the final Excel template that we're gonna build today. The budget planning worksheet is where the journey starts. It's designed for creating a so-called zero-based budget plan, which essentially means that every dollar that comes in has to be allocated either to your expenses or to your savings, so that the planned income minus the planned expenses and savings will equal zero. With the template being fully empty at the beginning, the first thing to start with is defining custom categories in the income, expenses, and savings section. To add a new custom category in any of these sections, you can simply unhide these prepared empty rows, define a category, and it automatically gets added to this table and will now be considered in all further calculations and worksheets. Every additional dollar in income that you plan for a month will increase the amount to be allocated in that same month. Just like in the income section, you can add as many custom expense categories as you need by using those prepared empty rows. The expenses section should cover both your needs, like housing, utilities, groceries, and also something like minimum loan payments, and your wants, like entertainment, fun, vacation, donations, and many more. Every dollar allocated to an expenses category will decrease the amount left to be allocated, so that after you have planned all your expenses, you know exactly how much will be left for your savings. The savings section can then be used for planning your contributions to both long-term savings, investments, or extra payments on debt, but also short-term savings ambitions in the form of sinking funds that help you to systematically save towards a future expense or down payment. The goal should be to plan the contributions based on your saving priorities until the amount left to be allocated is exactly zero, which means you now have a plan for every single dollar of disposable income and your budget plan for that month is completed. But in real life, not every month is the same, and for many categories, planning the exact same amount each month is not realistic. This template does not force you to create one static budget plan that has to be used for every month, but instead allows you to create a realistic multi-period budget plan on one single worksheet in basically no time. Let me show you how you can expand this budget plan for the whole year. In case all income positions will stay the same in each month, planning the remaining months is done in a second using the autocomplete handle. But if you have a bit more variety in your monthly income, so that for example you know there will be a level shift for your salary through a promotion, then you have an income category that you expect to stay on the same level each month, and a third income source you know will be different every single month. All of this can be accurately portrayed in your budget plan. For the expenses, you can plan regular expenses ahead just as easy. In case you have an expense category that will be paid only once a year or once a quarter, like insurances for example, you don't have to break it down into 12 equal monthly amounts, but you can budget the actual expense whenever it's expected to be paid. Obviously, there might be regular categories like clothing or medicine that in reality are a bit more volatile than other regular categories like for example rent. Yet, Setting a fixed monthly budget for these positions will give you a good benchmark for each month in case you cannot exactly predict the distributions over the year. And finally, you can also have mixed categories like fun and vacation, for which you want to plan a base level each month for things like going out, eating in a restaurant, buying birthday gifts, etc. But in specific months, this amount will peak when you plan to go on vacation or plan to spend more money for gifts and celebrations around Christmas. Every expected variation of expenses over the year can be accurately represented in this budget plan. For the savings section, you can now plan the allocation of the remaining amount available in each month. Here it makes sense to plan ahead with accordance with your personal priorities. If, for example, your emergency fund is still 3,000 short of the amount that you feel safe with, you can prioritize that and allocate 1,000 for the first 3 months. Since the planned budget for this position goes to 0 after that, you will have more capital available for other savings categories. Based on your priorities, you can then go through all further positions and decide if you want to have a constant amount allocated each month, if you want to increase a position once more money is available for saving, or even start allocating to a new category once you have additional free resources to do so. What's crucial in the end is that for each month you have a plan for every available dollar from your income streams, so that the amount left to be allocated is exactly 0 and the green check mark at the top is visible. When we jump to the dashboard worksheet, all the defined categories and planned budget amounts are instantly available. On the left side, you see a sorted breakdown of the categories that dynamically grows and shrinks as you add or remove categories in the budget planning sheet. On the right side, in the summary section, the tracked versus budget chart beautifully visualizes our budget plan over time and even allows you to single out 2 or 1 specific types. Moreover, using the drop-down at the top, you can easily switch between a total year view and monthly views of the budget plan. In the budget tracking sheet, you can then start tracking your actual money flows in this smart table. For a new entry, you simply need to enter the according date, select the type as either income, expenses, or savings, and then based on which type you have selected, all the previously defined categories of that type will become selectable in that category dropdown. Finally, you can enter the amount as an absolute number and enter the details for that record. Whatever type you select, the category dropdown will always automatically adjust its list of values. As you add records for different types, you will notice that the amounts are automatically formatted to visually differentiate between income on the left and the allocation of income to either expenses or savings on the right. When we add the dashboard breakdown in split view, you can perfectly see how every new record instantly updates the respective tracked amount of that period. In that breakdown, the categories are automatically sorted by tracked amount as the primary and budgeted amount as the secondary sorting criterion. And you always instantly know which percentage of the budgeted amount you have already tracked and how much of the budget is still remaining for each category and type. The balance column will always keep track of all the tracked money flows up until the date of the respective record. A positive or negative amount in that tracking balance column should be reflected in the main bank account through which your money flows from income to expenses and savings. This balance is calculated in a way that is completely robust against any sorting or filtering in the table. That means you can easily add a new record that chronologically should be placed right before these existing records. The balance of this new record and all later records is still calculated correctly. We can then bring this record to the chronologically correct position by sorting the date column from oldest to newest. And anytime you want to take a closer look at certain transactions in a specific period, for example the expenses only sorted by amount, you can easily do that, and the integrity of the balance calculation based on each individual date is still guaranteed. The effective date column right next to that is responsible for another great optional feature that solves a real issue for many people when it comes to tracking their income. Because for many people it's the usual case to receive their income, for example in the form of a paycheck, rather towards the end of a month instead of the beginning of a month. And if that's the case for you, you might want to treat that income not as the income to make up for all the previously tracked expenses and savings in that same month, but rather in a forward-looking way as the disposable income for the next month. So that you first earn it and then you spend it and save it, and not the other way around. If that is something you want to apply, you can simply jump to the settings worksheet and activate the late monthly income option. For which you can also specify the day in each month from which on-tracked income is considered for the next month. So with 20 in here, every tracked income with the date of the 20th or later in a month is assigned to the next month. Just another great feature to better cope with the realities of life. After entering all data to bring your budget planning and tracking up to date, so that the lag between your latest record and the current date is as small as possible, the budget dashboard is a great place to understand, analyze and evaluate your personal budget performance. With the current month as the selected period, you can take a look at how much of that month has already passed in order to better evaluate the percentage of your budgeted amount that you have tracked so far for each type and category. In addition, the period tracking balance shows you exactly how much of your tracked disposable income is still left to be allocated in that month. And down here, that balance value is then perfectly broken down into the remaining budget amounts and the amounts that have exceeded the budget by type and category. Over here in this tracked versus budget chart, your tracked budget performance for the income, expenses and savings in that current month is visualized and highlighted, with an exact breakdown by category for the income, the expenses and the savings in these beautiful circular charts. To analyze your budget performance for a completed month, you can select that month's name in this period dropdown and then conduct a conclusive evaluation of where you have under or overperformed against the expectations from your budget plan. On a higher level, you can take a look at the total income, expenses and savings numbers, and then dive deeper to identify which categories have been the driving factors into one or the other direction. If you want to analyze the individual transactions for a specific category in a given period to better understand the overall category performance, you can display the budget tracking sheet in split view right next to the breakdown, then filter down these records to the respective period and category, and then simply sort by amount to identify the main contributors. Back in the dashboard, you can also find the savings rate of that completed period up here. And in addition, you now have the opportunity to analyze the exact distribution of the track categories for the income, expenses and savings now that you know that every transaction for that month has been included. As we go through the different months, you'll notice how the savings rate, category distributions and the overall budgeted and tracked amounts can be highly volatile. For that reason, the total year view provides a way more evened out and thus significant representation of basically every insight in this dashboard. In this total year view, any single category can now be evaluated against the period progress even better, as the exact day of a single record within a month has way less impact on these percentage numbers when compared to a monthly view. While in this total year view most visuals display aggregated numbers over all months, the tracked versus budget chart still breaks down the tracked and budget amounts by month and lets you easily explore the development of income, expenses and savings over time. For comparing the development of only two types or exploring the development of one specific type, this chart allows you to fully customize which types to display with a few simple clicks. In addition, for a pure focus on the tracked amounts only, you can hide the light-colored budget values at any time. With the tracked amounts for every category aggregated over the total year, these category distribution charts now provide even more meaningful insights about the composition of your money flows, since one-time and periodical effects within single categories are getting leveled out over a longer period of time. And eventually, this total year view is also the one view that gives you the most significant indication about your actual savings rate, because while this savings rate might heavily fluctuate between single months, the savings rate over the total year provides an accumulated and leveled out feedback about your long-term savings performance. The whole template is just an amazing tool for setting up, tracking, and analyzing your personal budget. It is created with a focus on lightweight design, outstanding user experience, and fast performance. We're gonna build the whole Ultimate Excel personal budget with all these amazing features step by step. The final template file is available for download on excelfind.com, link for that is in the description. And now, without further ado, let's get right into it. As the initial step, we're gonna build the budget planning worksheet. In total, the whole template will have 6 worksheets, which we have already created as empty worksheets with header only. Besides the budget planning sheet, there are 2 other main sheets, budget tracking and budget dashboard. Then there are 2 supporting worksheets for calculations and drop-down data, which will be hidden at the end, and the settings worksheet, which will allow the user to set the most important parameters for the template. And this is where we're going to start off by creating an input field, allowing the user to set the most crucial parameter of the template, the starting year of your budget. For this input field, let's create a new input section by merging these 6 cells together for a section header, aligning the text to the middle, setting the fill to this dark blue, and the text to white and bold. This section will be for the general settings that concern the whole template. And to set the section borders, let's select the intended content range and click on More Borders to open this Format Cells window. We set the border color to this mid-light gray and add a left, bottom, and right border to the selected range. As we want to use the left and right column as padding, we're gonna reduce their size and in return increase the size of the content columns. The label of our only input field here will be starting year, and we set it to bold. And for the input field itself, we set the fill color to this light blue, reduce the font size, and align the text to the middle and center. Let's enter 2022 as the value for our budget starting year and make this field's value globally accessible through the name starting_year. For those of you unfamiliar with defining names in this upper left name bar, every time we define a name for a cell or range in this upper left name bar, this cell or range will be referenceable in the whole workbook through that name and can always be checked, edited, or deleted in this name manager. Before we make use of that starting year value, let's not forget to add a short description for this input field in column G, which we will make a lot wider to fit in some text. For this description, let's reduce the font size to 9, set the font color to this dark gray, and also make it italic. The description text itself should be brief and on point, letting you and potentially other users know what, how, and when to enter or change values here. With this set up, let's jump over to the budget planning sheet and create the header bar for the first year in this budget plan, going from E5 to Q5, covering a total of 13 columns. It's 13 columns because we need 12 for the months in a year and 1 for the total year. Let's merge these cells, align the text to the middle, make it bold, and also adjust the height of that row. As the value for this header bar, we're going to reference the starting year that we have just defined in the settings sheet. The 2 rows below that header bar is where we're going to summarize the budget to make sure that the budgeted income is in balance with the budgeted expenses and savings. Let's open the advanced border options in the Format Cells window, set the color to this mid-light gray, and this time we're going to add every horizontal and vertical border so that every individual cell is surrounded by a border. As the next step, we increase the size of column C, which will be a super crucial column for the whole template, as this column is where we will be able to define our custom categories that then later will be made available in both the budget tracking and the budget dashboard worksheet. Before we start setting up the budget input section for the income, let's quickly add a small reminder that this starting year is supposed to be defined in the settings worksheet. For the income section now, we start by entering income as the header in cell C9, and then in the rows below we add placeholder values like enter income category for all the potential custom income categories. The exact number of placeholders here doesn't matter, as later only those rows with entered categories will be considered. Below the placeholders we add one final row with the label total. And then we're going to start formatting these values, starting with adding an indent to all the values, then selecting the header and total cell to make the text bold, and eventually for the category cells in between, we're going to reduce the font size to 10. After that, we select the header row plus a number of category rows and insert a table. The key idea of this table is that all the categories that are inside the table will be considered for the budget plan, budget tracking, and the dashboard, and all other category values outside of that table will be ignored and held as reserve for adding more categories in the future. So for those category cells inside the table, let's enter some example income categories such as employment, side hustle, and dividends from a stock portfolio. Since the default table design is not what we want to have, let's create our own custom design by going to the Table Design tab, open the full selection of available table designs, and click on New Table Style at the bottom. This opens this new table style window, and as you see, we're gonna start with a clean white design from scratch. Let's set the name to Income Table Style and start by formatting the whole table element at first. All we want to set on that level is the border style, and here again we go with this mid-light gray as the border color and add all horizontal and vertical borders so that every individual cell has a border around it. The second element we want to format is the header row. And for this header row, we set the fill color to this green tone and the font color to white and bold. And that's already it. Let's click OK. And as you see, the new custom table style is not automatically applied to our table. Instead, it is now available in the selection of table designs, and we have to manually select it. Eventually, we also remove the filter button of that table, as sorting these values is something that we don't want to allow. Even without the filter button, it is still recognizable as a table through this small blue shape in the bottom right corner that lets you increase or decrease the table size. To make the total row match the border style of the table, let's add a similar border to this one cell. And now we can start setting up the budget plan input area for the budget values. Let's select the cells in this header row and add the same fill and text color as we already have for the table header. In addition, we reduced the font size to 10, aligned the text to the middle and center, and finally make it bold. In those header cells, we want to see the respective period, which is the month's name from January to December in the first 12 cells. But instead of entering this as plain text, we want to use this as lookup row to find the correct budget for each period in our dashboard later. So what we're going to do is we insert an actual date consisting of the year in the upper header bar. Here we have to make sure that the row is fixed through a $sign for when we copy that header bar down later. Then for the month, we're going to enter the respective month number, which is a 1 for January in this first column. And for the day, we simply take a 1 for the first day in that month. And that's it. Now, when we autofill this to the next cell, you will see that the year reference is lost somehow. And that is because we haven't fixed the column through a $sign. And for a merged cell area, you always have to reference the top left cell to get the value. We haven't added this $sign for a good reason, as we're gonna add more years on the right at a later point. So in this case, we now need to manually readjust the reference to E5 and change the month number to 2 for February. To make life easier, let's just copy this formula and paste it for the remaining months, so that we only have to adjust the month number and the reference to the year will always be correct. Once we have done that for all the 12 months, the final column is for the total of that year. And for this header cell, we're gonna reference the year only and also make sure the $sign is set only in front of the row. The amazing advantage of having the months as full dates in here is that each cell now has two crucial information saved in it, which are the month number and also in a dynamic way based on the selected starting year, the year number. And both these together can be used later as lookup value to identify the correct budget plan column for the dashboard calculations. At the same time, we can display this date as its month's name only in a clean and pretty way by opening the number format options, go to Custom, and enter MMM as the type. This will display this date as the 3 initial characters of the respective month, and now it looks clean and beautiful. For the value range, we start by adding the same border design as we already had for the category table with this midlight gray and all the horizontal and vertical border elements. And after that, let's enter an example number value and select the whole range to adjust the font size and set the number value to the accounting format with no decimal places. As the next step, we're gonna generate some dynamic positional information about the elements of this table and the total row. Because for many calculations in this template, we will need to know in which row the table header is, in which row the first and last defined categories are, and also in which row the total for each period is calculated. In this budget planning sheet specifically, knowing these rows allows us to visually differentiate the rows with defined categories from the placeholder rows using conditional formatting. And for the total calculations in each period, it helps to ensure that only values are considered if the category label is part of the table. Let's start by selecting a cell in the table, going to the Formulas tab and opening the Name Manager. Here you can see that the table that we have inserted got assigned the generic name Table 1, and we want to change that name into Income so that we can always access the table and its values using a name that makes sense. Once we have renamed this table, we can now reference it with ease in any calculation using that name. Great! And as already indicated, there are 4 positional information we want to know for this category input section. The first is the header row. Second is the row of the first element in the table, which I call min row, and the row of the last element in the table, which I call max row, and eventually the total row. Calculating the header row is quite simple. we're gonna use the row function and reference the cell of the table header. And as you see, Excel automatically fills in a reference to the table header instead of a simple cell reference, so even if that table would move down in the worksheet, the row will always be calculated correctly. Right now the row is 9. And for the row of the first and last element, let me quickly demonstrate what happens if we apply the row function to the total table content range. As you see, this returns an array of the same size with the row function applied to each element in the table, returning the correct row numbers of 10 to 12. When we enlarge the table to include another element, the return array will include the row of that element as well. And when we now feed this array into the min function, it will return us the smallest row and thus the row of the first table element. The same logic can then be applied to dynamically calculate the row of the last element by using the max function instead. So adding 2 additional elements here will change the max row to 14 and removing them back to 12. Eventually, for the total row, we simply apply the row function to that specific cell and get returned the correct number of 20. As we want to use those 4 dynamic row calculations multiple times in many other calculations in this template, we're gonna create so-called named calculations in the name manager, so that we can always reference these calculated rows by a defined name. As this is for the income input section, we're gonna call the header row calculation income header row. We leave the scope at workbook so that it can be accessed from any worksheet in the workbook, and then we create the row calculation just like I have done in the worksheet before, applying the row function to the table header cell. In a similar manner, we then gonna create the income min row calculation with the formula min of row of income and the income max row calculation with the formula max of row of income. And eventually the income total row calculated as the row of the total label cell. Great! Let's close the name manager and test if those named calculations work as intended. The income header row is correctly calculated as 9. The income min row as 10. The income max row as 12. And the income total row as 20. That looks perfect, so we can make use of these row calculations the first time for setting up a dynamic conditional formatting that visually highlights those rows with a defined category. In order to make all other rows visually move to the background, let's set the default font color for all the category rows in that column and also the value input columns to this gray tone. And now with the same range selected, we can add a conditional formatting rule that uses a formula to determine which cells to format. We want to format all the cells for which the row of the cell, and here we need to reference the top left cell of the range and remove all the dollar signs to make it a relative reference, is smaller equal the income max row. So right now, as the income max row is 12, this rule will check for each cell of the range if the row of that cell is smaller or equal to 12. So this will return true for every cell in these first 3 rows, and false for every cell in the rows below. And the format we want to apply is a black font color instead of automatic. And for the fill of those cells, we take this light green. Let's confirm this, and as you see, the conditional formatting rule seems to work as it should. Let's insert some example budget values. And as you can see, the font color is set to gray once it has no defined category in the table. And as soon as we add another income position though, it gets automatically included into the table and the conditional formatting expands correctly. In the same manner, manually reducing the table to those top two elements works just as fine. Next, let's take care of the total calculations. In this total row, we're gonna calculate the total budgeted income per period, while in this total column, we're gonna calculate the total budget over the year per income category. As we want to make both stand out as totals, let's set the font to be bold. The total per category over the year can be calculated quite easily as the sum over those 12 cells in the same row. With the range reference being dynamic without any dollar signs, we can autofill this formula to the other rows using the autofill handle. For the income total per period, however, the calculation needs to be a bit more advanced as we want to only consider values from rows with a defined category. That means instead of referencing the full range above the total cell in the sum calculation, we now need to reference a dynamically calculated range that only covers those highlighted cells. The solution to this is a combination of the address and the indirect function. The address function takes a row number and a column number as input and returns a cell address in the form of a text. The row of the first cell in our dynamic range is the income min row. And the column is the same as the column of the total cell from which this formula is called. We can simply enter the column function with no arguments, which then returns the column number of the total cell itself. Let's hit enter and we see this returns E10 as an absolute cell address in the form of a plain text. Now to expand this one cell address text to be a range address text, we need to add a colon as text in quotation marks and then add another address statement, this time with the income max row as the input, as this is the row of the last category element in the table. There we go! Now we have the full range address returned as text, and when we expand the table, the range address updates accordingly. What we now need to transform this text range reference into an actual range reference is the indirect function. So we pass the whole expression to the indirect function, hit enter, and you see it now dynamically references the relevant range and returns a dynamic array of all range values based on the table size. To add all these single values together, we eventually feed the statement into the sum function, and there we have the final result for the January income total. Let's autofill this formula to the other total cells in that row, and then test all total calculations by expanding those sample values to all months, and then adding a new income category as well. Works perfectly. Great! So we can clean those sample inputs up for now, and as the final step, hide all those unused placeholder rows, which gives us this beautiful condensed view that only covers the defined income categories. With this initial section for the income, we have created a great foundation for the other two budget plan sections that will be dedicated to expenses and savings. For the expenses section, let's copy down the income section with one spare row between. Obviously, we need to do a few adjustments, starting with renaming the table header to expenses. Also, we're gonna rename those three sample categories into expense categories like housing, utilities, and groceries. Then we change the placeholder value to enter expenses category for all those rows. And next, let's change the table design by duplicating the income table style then renaming that duplicate table style to expenses table style. And the only adjustment we need to do is basically changing the fill color of the header row. we're gonna go with this red tone as the color for expenses. After defining this new table style, we still need to manually assign it to this table. And just like for the income table, we're gonna remove the filter button to avoid any distortion with these category definitions. For these period headers then, we're gonna align the fill color with the table header color. And that's it for the basic adjustments. Just like for the income section, we want to generate those 4 crucial row calculations so that we always know the position of the header, the min, max, and total row of this expenses section. Let's open the name manager and start by renaming this new table into expenses. After that, we can generate the equivalent named row calculations for the expenses section, starting with the expenses header row. As the row function applied to the table header cell. Then the expenses min row, as the min of the row function applied to the expenses table, and in a similar manner the expenses max row, as the max of the row function applied to the expenses table. Eventually the expenses total row, as the row of the total label cell. Great! Let's do a quick testing if all those named calculations work properly. And as you see, all of these return the correct row value. Now, when we click into the category range and open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager, we see that the conditional formatting rule has been copied over and refers to the correct range of cells in this expenses section. When we change this filter up there to show all the rules in this worksheet, we can see that the original rule for the income section is still in place and obviously working correctly. What we need to change for this new rule in the expenses section now is adjusting the formula to not compare the row of a cell against the income max row, but instead against the newly defined expenses max row. And of course, we also need to adjust the fill color that goes along with this rule to be this light red instead of green. Let's apply these changes, and it works perfectly. So we can close that window and put it to the test by expanding the table. Everything works just fine, and now the only thing left to be adjusted for this section is the calculation formula for the totals. For those totals per category over the full year, no adjustments are required as the relative range references have been transferred over correctly. But for the calculation of the total expenses in each period, we need to replace the income min and max row calculations with these new expenses min and max row calculations, so that they now reference the correct elements. Let's autofill that adjusted formula to the other total cells in that row and do a similar check as before by entering some sample values for all the months and adding a new category. As you see, the calculation perfectly adjusts to always consider the correct range of values for the total calculation. That's amazing. And that's already it for this expenses section, so let's remove those sample values and hide those unused placeholder rows to get the same condensed view as above. We're now gonna repeat this process one more time to create the savings section, so let's copy over the expenses section, change the table header to savings, and the example categories to emergency fund, retirement account, and stock portfolio. And in addition, the placeholder value to enter savings category for all those rows below. Then we're going to create another duplicate table style that we name savings table style. And the only adjustment to do here is changing the header row fill to another color. For the savings, this beautiful blue will be the color we choose. Let's apply this new table style. And of course, don't forget to remove the filter button from this table as well. The period header will get the same blue fill color as the table header. And then we have already reached the point where we're going to rename the table and define the 4 named calculations for the key rows of that section in the name manager. Let's first change the table name to savings, and then create a named calculation called savings header row, as the row of the table header cell. Then the savings min row as the min value of the row function applied to the savings table, and in a similar manner the savings max row as the max of the row function applied to the savings table. And eventually the savings total row as the row of the total label cell. Again, a quick testing of all those named calculations is recommended before proceeding. And since all 4 seem to work properly, we can proceed with editing the conditional formatting rule for this section. Again, it has been copied over correctly, referring all the potential category rows. So let's jump into the rules formula and replace the expenses max row with the savings max row. And of course, the fill color for this rule needs to be changed to the appropriate color tone, which is a light blue in this case. Let's confirm and apply these changes. And on first sight, it seems to perfectly work. When we close that window and expand the table, that first impression is confirmed. Amazing! Again, for the calculation of totals, the formula in the last column does not need any adjustments, but the formula in this bottom total row needs to be slightly changed in the form of changing those row references to savings min row and savings max row. Beautiful! Let's autofill this formula to the other total cells in that row, enter some sample values, and change the scope of the table as a quick test. Since everything works properly as expected, we're gonna clean this up and also hide those unused placeholder rows. Now let's take a look at the summary section at the top. The way we want to approach budgeting here is called zero-based budgeting, which means that every dollar that comes in through one of the income categories needs to be allocated to either expenses or savings, so that you're basically gonna make a plan for every disposable dollar in each period. For that reason, we want to keep track of the amount that still has to be allocated in each period while setting up our budget plan. Calculating this amount is as simple as taking the total planned income and subtracting the total planned expenses and savings. So if we expect to have an income of 1,000 for this first month, then the amount to be allocated increases by that amount. Let's autofill this formula to all the other cells in that row, decrease the font size to 9, just like we did for the input sections below, and also make the total value for the whole year bold. With those 1,000 available to be allocated, let's allocate half of that to expenses and the other half to a savings category. As the whole amount of disposable income is allocated now, the planned budget balance is back at 0, which is the target state of our zero-based budget plan. In the upper row of those two, we want to display the respective period for each column, but in a slightly different way compared to the input sections below. As we will not use this row as a lookup row later, we don't need to put actual dates in here, but instead we can use it to display if we have reached the target state with our budget plan. So what I want to do is inserting an if statement that checks if the amount left to be allocated equals 0. And if that's the case, I want to display the month's name with a check mark as a Unicode character, which I'm gonna put into the description of this tutorial. Otherwise, I simply want the month's name to be displayed without any additional character. Let's reduce the font size, align the text to the middle and center, and make it bold, just like we did before for the other period headers. Then we're gonna fill this formula to all the other cells in this row, but of course, as we have hard-coded the month's name here, we need to manually adjust it for the other 11 months, and the year's total as well. That will take a bit of effort, I know, but it will definitely be worth the result. For the year's total header then, we're not gonna reference the year number, as this is already displayed directly one cell above. Instead, here we're gonna call this total to not be totally redundant. To unleash the full potential of these summary rows, let's add a few conditional formatting rules that will visually help us to understand in which state the budget plan for each period is. Let's start with the case that not a single amount has been entered in any of these three sections for a specific period. So the income total, the expenses total, and the savings total all are 0. Make sure that each reference has a $sign in front of the row, but not the column. In that case, even though the amount left to be allocated is 0, the budget plan for that period has not been touched yet, and for that reason we want to set the font color to a default mid-light gray. Once we apply that rule, we see that only those columns are shown in color once they have underlying values in any of these three input sections. The second rule we're going to create covers the case that there is more allocated to expenses and savings than we have in disposable income, which means the amount to be allocated is smaller than 0. In this case, we want to change the font color for both rows to be a warning red. Let's click OK here, and now in the Rules Manager we see that this new rule has been placed at the top. But since we want that rule to be checked and applied after the other rule, we're gonna move it down and also set the check mark for the Stop If True option, which makes sure that the rule after that first rule is only checked if that first rule proves to not be applicable. Eventually, with the third rule, we want to cover the target state, which is that we have values entered in either of these three sections and the amount left to be allocated equals 0. Since this initial rule with the AND statement only lets through those columns for which at least one of the input sections has entered values, we only need to ensure that the amount to be allocated equals 0. So let's just duplicate that second rule, move it right below the initial rule, change the formula to E7 equals 0, and change the font color to this stunning green tone. Now, as soon as we click Apply, we see that both the January and the total value are colored in green as they fulfill all the target state criteria of a zero-based budget plan. And to improve the performance, let's also set the check mark at Stop if true for the second rule, because there is no need to check the last rule in case the second rule is true. With this, we have now completed the setup of the budget planning section for this first year. Let's quickly test the setup by adding 1000 of disposable income to all the other months. As you see, all the months are now in color but do not display any check mark, as the available amount still needs to be allocated to expenses and savings. Once we allocate the full amount, the color changes to green and the check mark becomes visible, indicating that the planned budget is in perfect balance now. If we allocate more than available, however, the amount allocated turns negative and the color changes to red, indicating that this is not a sustainable budget plan for that period. Let's quickly bring all the periods into perfect balance. And just as intended, all the periods are now displayed with a check mark and in green color in the summary section. Beautiful! Now we can remove all the input values and change to a more macro level view. Because we don't want to use this personal budget template for only 1 year, we want to make this a multi-year template, and thus we need to find a way to display the budget plan for 1 year in a compressed way and then add similar budget planning sections for the subsequent years. To display the budget plan for this year in a compressed way, we can select all the month columns, then go to the Data tab and click on that Group button. This will allow us to collapse all the monthly budget plan information while the yearly totals are still visible. Let's expand it again and decrease the size of column R, as we want to use this as a separator column between this year's and the next year's section. Then we're gonna select column E to R and use the autofill handle to add another section for the next year. Instead of referencing the starting year in this top header cell, we're now gonna reference the previous year's value and add 1 to it. That not only updates the year number in the top header cell, but also the underlying year values in all those period headers of the input sections. When we open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager and make it display all the rules in this worksheet, we can make another great discovery. Because by using this autofill option to create the second year, the conditional formatting rules have not been duplicated, but instead the new ranges have been automatically added to the already existing rules, which heavily improves the worksheet performance and the manageability of those rules in general. Based on the second year section, we can now add as many additional years as we wish. For this template, we're gonna go with a total number of 10 years, so with 2022 set as the initial year, the last year should be 2031. Perfect. Of course, we don't want to have all these years expanded, so let's collapse all the years by selecting all these columns, going to the Data tab, and clicking on that Hide Details button, which collapses all the groups. Finally, to ensure that the categories are always visible, even when we scroll to the right with multiple sections expanded, let's select column E. Go to the View tab and use the Freeze Panes option, which makes every column to the left of the selected column always stay in place when we scroll to the right. Awesome! That's the complete setup for this budget planning worksheet, so all that's left to do here is entering some generic sample data for this first year, so that we have something to work with, especially in the budget dashboard later. For the income section, we're gonna go with these 3 already defined categories. For the employment category, let's assume at the start of the year the net salary from our job after taxes is $3,500. But we already know that a few months into the year we'll get a raise so that we end up with $1,000 more in net disposable income from that job. Changes in salary or income are obviously part of real life, and that's the great thing about the way we have set up this budget plan. It allows you to accurately represent each month individually. For the side hustle, let's say we expect to earn about 1,000 each month in net income after putting away payable taxes. And eventually, for the dividend payments from our stock portfolio, we can look up which company plans to pay what dividend in which month of the year. So here we're going to plan the income for each month individually, and for simplicity, let's assume the dividend payment amounts repeat every 3 months. Once we have entered the expected income for all the defined categories, the total row at the bottom accurately sums up those relevant positions for each period, while the total year column on the right provides a perfect overview over all months per category. As we have not allocated any of the income to expenses or savings so far, the amount to be allocated in each month up here is exactly equal to the budgeted income. Let's start planning the expenses for the year. And at first we need a few more expenses categories, so let's unhide these available placeholder rows. The expenses section is probably the one section that in general requires the most number of different categories, so let me show you how you can easily add more potential input rows to a section. Simply select a number of unused category rows, right-click on the row number, and click on Insert. This will insert new empty rows on top of the selection, and by selecting the row above and dragging down the autofill handle, you can add the placeholder values and the total formula in the year total column to these new rows. Just make sure that these newly inserted rows are somewhere in between the other rows, so that they are automatically included in the conditional formatting rules range. In addition to the already defined expense categories housing, utilities, and groceries, let's also add a few more. The level of granularity you choose for these expenses categories is of course totally up to you. Still, I want to recommend to rather use higher level categories and not to get too granular, as this could negatively impact the interpretability of your data in the budget dashboard later. As a quick side note for those of you who want to consider loan payments in their budget, as a rule of thumb, I think it makes sense to include your minimum loan payments in the expenses section, because this is something you have to pay to not get into trouble with the lender, and anything beyond those minimum payments, like for example extra payments, would rather go into the savings section, as those are the amounts that heavily contribute towards actually improving your net worth. With that being said, let's hide those unused rows and set up the budget numbers for these expense categories. For the first 4 categories, let's plan a consistent amount so we can simply autofill these numbers to all the periods. For the insurances, however, we're gonna assume that here we have to do quarterly payments. That means there are always 2 months with no payment at all, and 1 month that covers the whole quarter. That's another great example how this budget plan right here enables you to set the right expectations in each month. Because with a simple budget that's reused every month, we would need to budget the monthly average of $50 each month, and then when tracking the actual payments, we would fall below that amount in 2 of the months, and exceed that amount massively in the month of the actual payment. Now for the next 3 categories, we again want to plan a constant amount each month, which we can easily do by autofilling these numbers to all subsequent periods. And the last category then combines 2 types of expenses, fun, which refers to more regular expenses, and vacation, which is a rather irregular expense. That means we're gonna plan a base level amount for each month, in which we don't plan to be on vacation. And then for April, for example, that budgeted amount increases for the first vacation, putting the total budgeted expenses in that month to a way higher level than usual. Then another 3 months where we're gonna plan the base amount. And then in August, we plan a second, even larger vacation, pushing the total budgeted amount in that month to over 4,000. And eventually, after another 3 months of base level, For December, we budget twice the base level to account for everything that is related to Christmas celebrations. This yields us a plan for our expenses for every month individually based on how we actually plan and expect our life to be throughout the year. For every month, we are able to set the expectations as realistic as possible. And more importantly, the top section up here now tells us exactly how much we will be able to save based on the planned income and expenses in each individual period, and for that reason enables us to set up a sustainable and realistic allocation of the remaining money to our custom savings categories. We have already set up a few important savings categories with emergency fund, retirement account and stock portfolio, but now let's also add a sinking fund for a future down payment. So this is an actually pure savings position where we're gonna save towards a specific future investment or transaction, and also a sinking fund for other future purchases. It's important to understand that these sinking funds don't necessarily have to be tied to individual savings accounts. It's also possible that they only exist on paper, or in this case on the spreadsheet, and actually are located in one mutual savings account. For planning your allocations to the different savings categories, you should strictly plan according to your priorities. Let's assume those savings categories are already ordered by priority, and we still need $3,000 to reach the target value for our emergency fund. Then we can take a look at the available amounts for the first months, see that we can afford to allocate $1,000 each month to the emergency fund for the first 3 months. And after that we can budget that position as 0 for the rest of the year. Next on the list is the retirement account, and here we probably prefer a constant monthly contribution, and an amount that can easily be covered each month would be, for example, $400. So let's set that amount for each month of the year. Next, we also want to plan regular contributions to our stock portfolio, but the amount left to be allocated for those 3 months is pretty low. So we decide to allocate the minimum amount of $150 in those first 3 months, which makes us hit the budgeting target of 0 for March. And as we want to start saving towards the down payment not before we can make significant contributions to that position, we're gonna allocate the remaining amounts to the sinking fund rest for these periods. Due to the increase in salary and the no longer required contributions towards the emergency fund starting in April, the amount left to be allocated for those 3 savings categories has taken a huge and sustainable jump. That gives us more room to increase the monthly amount that goes into our stock portfolio. And as we have at least $1,000 available in each of these remaining months, we can easily cover an amount of $750 for this and all subsequent periods. And for the remaining amount, we decide to put the full amount minus $100 into the sinking fund for the down payment, so that we have $100 to allocate to the other sinking fund for all these months. As I already mentioned, this is just a random example, but the important aspect here is that this budget plan now perfectly fulfills the requirements of a zero-based budget, as the budgeted income versus the budgeted expenses and savings are perfectly balanced, and we have a plan for every disposable dollar. As the next step, we're gonna set up the budget tracking worksheet, and this is where we're gonna keep track of our actual income, expenses and savings allocations. And the budget planning worksheet that we have just set up provides a crucial input for this budget tracking sheet in the form of the defined custom categories, which we're now gonna use to accurately categorize each of the actual transactions. And we're gonna track these actual transactions in an input table. So let's start by defining the table column headers as date, type, category, amount, and details. Then we select those 5 cells, press Ctrl+T to insert a table, and set a check mark for My Table Has Headers. Let's enlarge this table to get a better view of the overall table design, and also increase the size of those columns. As the current table style doesn't meet our expectations, let's again create a custom table style. And we're gonna start with a duplicate of the savings table style. For the name, we're gonna go with tracking table style. And for the whole table element, we then adjust the border setup by removing those in-between borders. Only for the header row, we're gonna add all horizontal and vertical borders in there. And for the fill, we select this dark blue. For this table style in particular, we want to add one additional element, which is the first row stripe, for which we set the fill color to this light gray. And as you see, the first and second row stripe basically allow you to define alternating fill colors for the table content rows, and for a transaction tracking table like this seems to be an appropriate design. Let's apply this new table style, and then take care of the general text formatting in the table. For the header bar, we want the text to be aligned to the middle and the left, but with a small indent. And for the table entries, we're gonna decrease the general font size to 10, align it to the left, and also add a small indent. After that, let's start setting up the input columns, starting with the date column. Technically, you can enter dates in any form you want. So for example in this clean and readable format, but also month/day/year. And whenever you enter a value into the cell right below the table will automatically be expanded to now include that row and applies the defined text formatting. As we want to have all dates being displayed in a uniform format, independently from which format they have been entered in, we're gonna define a custom and clean date format like this. In addition, we want to add a data validation to this column to ensure that only date values will be accepted as input. For the validation criteria, we can select to only allow dates. And as we want to allow basically any date, let's set this to greater than the smallest available date in Excel, which is the 1st of January 1900. In case a value is entered that doesn't match this validation criterion, we want to show a custom error alert that simply tells you what you have done wrong. Let's confirm this and put it to the test. When we enter a valid date, everything is fine. And when we enter a non-accepted value like a text for example, Excel will not accept that value and shows our custom error alert. Perfect. The type column is where we're going to choose if the entry is of the type income, expenses or savings. For the best user experience, let's create a drop-down list that contains those three options. So with the table column selected, we open the data validation window. And to get a drop-down list, we have to allow a list of values. And you see by default, the in-cell drop-down option is already activated. Then in the source field, we can type in our three items separated by a comma. And as you might see, the values we type in exactly match the names of the three category tables that we have defined in the budget planning sheet. And that is crucial. Even with this drop-down option activated, you can still simply type in values into those cells. And when someone types in a value that is not in the list, we want to show a custom error alert that points to the fact that only values from the list are allowed. Let's click OK and test it for the first record. As you see, we have all three options available, and when we select a value, it will be written directly into the cell. And whenever we type in a value into the cell that is in the list, it will be accepted just as fine, but as soon as we type in something slightly different that's not defined in the list, the error alert is triggered and the input value gets rejected. The category input column is where we now gonna dynamically inject the custom categories that we have defined in our budget planning worksheet. In this column, we want to have a drop-down list that, depending on which type has been selected in the type column, offers all the custom categories of that type that we have previously defined. Now in the source field, we're gonna insert a formula that will make this a dependent drop-down list. Since the values that we can select in the type column perfectly equal the table names that we have set up for the 3 category tables in the budget planning worksheet, we can now apply the indirect function to convert this simple text value from the type column into an actual reference to the respective table content. To make this work row by row, we have to make sure that this is a relative cell reference without any dollar signs. And in case a value is manually typed into the cell that is not contained in the respective category table, we also want to show a custom alert similar to the one that we have defined for the type column. Great! Let's take a look at the first row, and as you see, since we have selected income for the type, the category dropdown automatically contains all the defined categories from the income category table. Let's select a value and increase the size of that column so that all the categories will be displayed in full length. With expenses selected as type, the category dropdown now contains all the defined expense categories. And eventually, for the savings type, we get all the defined categories from the savings category table. That is already pretty amazing, and it ensures that later in the dashboard, the budget plan and track values can be perfectly matched together. One drawback of drop-down lists in Excel is that once a value has passed the data validation and is written into the cell, the data validation will not be repeated anymore when the underlying list of allowed values changes. If we, for example, change the type to expenses for this first record, this updates the available drop-down list to now show all the expenses categories, but it doesn't affect the value that is already written into the cell, as long as we don't actively override it with a value from the updated list. The same is the case if we would delete or rename a category in the budget planning sheet. There is no automatic indication that the value that is already written in there might be outdated and needs to be replaced. So to solve this issue, I want to add a conditional formatting rule to this category column that checks if we get an NA error, which basically means no such value found, when we try to look up the category value in the category table that has the same name as the selected type. For the lookup, we use the match function and provide the category value as the lookup value. Then a reference to the relevant category table as the lookup array, and as the final argument a 0, which means it has to be an exact match. Now, if that category value written into the cell right now is not found in the category table of the selected type, the match function will return an NA error, and thus the isNA function would return true. In that case, we want to set the font color to a warning red, indicating that the category value is no longer part of the relevant category list and probably needs to be replaced with another category. And as you see, the first records category is now colored in red, as employment is not found in the list of defined expense categories. However, once we change the type back to income, the red color disappears, as now both the type and category fit together again. This is just a clean and user-friendly way to ensure the consistency of type and category in this worksheet at any time. The next column is the amount column, where we're going to input the actual value of the transaction. So let's start by entering some example values so that we can properly set up the number formatting. And as the general number format, we're going to apply the accounting format, but with 0 decimal places. Of course, you're always free to display the 2 decimal places if you prefer it that way, but without the decimal places, the focus is more on the actually relevant digits before the comma. Just like for the other columns, we also want to apply data validation to ensure that only valid values, in this case only numbers, can be entered into this column. The only suitable option from this allow section would be decimals, but since we don't want to specify any further conditions for the value range, we're gonna choose custom instead, and enter the isNumber formula. And inside that function, we're going to reference the first cell as a relative reference without any dollar signs. This will absolutely do the job for us, and in case this formula returns false for an input value because it is not a number, we want the error alert to show an appropriate custom message. Once we confirm this data validation setup, you see that entering valid numbers is accepted, while entering something else, like text for example, will trigger this custom error message and reject the entered value correctly. For an improved user experience, we also want to visually differentiate between incoming amounts from income and allocated amounts to either expenses or savings. For the allocated amounts, the default number formatting aligned to the right is absolutely fine. But for the incoming amounts, we want the value to be aligned to the left and colored in green. And the way we're going to do this, you've guessed it right, is by adding another conditional formatting rule to this column, which checks if the type value in the same row equals income. Again, make sure to make the cell reference relative without any dollar signs, so that the rule is correctly applied in each row. And if that condition is true, let's set the font to a green color and a bold style, and then change the number format to the number category. And make it look exactly like the custom accounting format that we have defined as the default, so with 0 decimal places, a comma as a thousand separator, and brackets instead of minus for negative numbers. Once we confirm, we see how this impacts the values in the amount column just as intended. The reason why the values are aligned to different sides is that the general number format follows the general left alignment setting that we have applied to the whole table in the beginning, while the accounting format is always automatically aligned to the right. The last input column is the details column, where we can enter any relevant details for each record. Let's increase the size of that column and format the potential text input to have a dark gray color. While some records are already pretty self-explanatory, a good example for a record that would definitely benefit from providing additional details is expenses for clothing. Here it would make sense to specify what did you buy and where, so that at a later point of time you are still able to understand what that tracked transaction was about. For the further development of this template, however, it is not necessary to have any data in the details column, so we're gonna leave it empty during development. When applied for tracking your own budget though, I definitely recommend to provide details for all the records if possible. After we have successfully set up the 5 input columns, let's add an additional column to automatically calculate the balance at each point of time. As we want to make this calculation fully robust against any sorting or filtering in that table, we're not gonna rely on the order of these records, but instead gonna sum up over all the records of the same or an earlier date, no matter where they are located in the table. The target value column over which we want to sum up, of course, is the amount column. And for summing up values from a value column that meet certain conditions in other columns, a common function to use is the sum product function, in which we can simply pass the target value column as the first array and then provide conditional arrays based on other columns to filter out only the relevant amounts. For the first conditional array, let's open a bracket and check for each row in the date column which of those dates are smaller than or equal to the date value of the record for which we want to calculate the balance. You can perfectly see that from within the table you can reference whole columns as the column name in squared brackets and the record of a column in the same row with an additional @ symbol. This conditional statement will return an array with either a true or false value for every row of the table, and is then multiplied with the amount array and summed up through the sum product function. However, when we now close the statement and hit enter, we see that the resulting sum for every row is 0. So it seems like that conditional statement doesn't work properly right now. The reason for that is simple, because within the sum product function, if you put in an array that returns Boolean true or false values, you have to either multiply it with 1, so that you get ones and zeros, and now the sum is correctly built as you see, Or alternatively, you can tell the SumProduct function that this is a conditional array that returns Boolean values by adding 2 dashes as a prefix. That has the exact same effect. Right now, this statement isn't fully complete, as we are simply adding up the amounts from dates equal or smaller than the date of the record, no matter if they are income, which would positively impact the balance, or an allocation to expenses and savings, which actually should negatively impact the balance. As we prefer to not be forced to negate the values when we enter them into the amounts column, we somehow need to handle that in the balance formula. And the way we can do this is by adding another conditional array to the SumProduct statement. What we want to generate is an array that returns a -1 in case the record is not of the type income, and a 1 in case it is of the type income. So let's open a bracket and start by checking for each row if the type column value is unequal income, so it's either of the type expenses or savings. This will return true only for the expenses and savings rows, and therefore we can multiply that with -1 to get an array that has either a 0 for income entries and a -1 for expenses and savings entries. We still need to turn that 0 for income entries into a 1, because otherwise all the income entries would be ignored, and for that we can simply add up this first part with a second statement that checks if the type equals income, which then will return a 1 for income entries and a 0 for all the other types. So both these statements added up together produces an array of either 1s for income and -1s for expenses and savings. Once we hit enter, you'll see that the balance is now correctly calculated, as income values positively contribute to the balance, while allocations to expenses or savings make the balance go down. Eventually, let's apply the same number format to the column as for the amount column. And to show you that this balance calculation is fully robust against any sorting or filtering in the table, let's filter down to the expenses only and resort from highest to lowest date. As you see, the balance for each record stays the same, which is pretty amazing. In addition to the balance column, we're gonna add one additional calculated column that we're gonna call effective date. Let's quickly give both these columns a slightly different design to make them visually differentiate from the input columns. A light gray background for the header and a dark gray font color for the whole column seem to be a good choice here. Now, the effective date column will allow us to implement a feature that solves a big real-life issue for many people when tracking their budget, and that is late monthly income. Because for many people it is the reality that they get their paycheck or earnings towards the end of the month, and instead of considering that as income for that month, which would then make up for all the previous expenses and savings of that same month, it makes far more sense to consider this as the disposable income for the next month, because logically you want to first earn the money before you spend it or save it, and not the other way around. Now, with the current setup, if you track income with a date towards the end of a month, later in the dashboard it still would be considered as the disposable income for that month in which you have received it, instead of the next month, which would make far more sense. I know as a workaround you could decide to artificially enter the first day of the next month as a date, even though that is not the actual date on which you have received that income, but why not simply building a feature that does this automatically for you if you activate it? To let you decide if you want to activate that feature and on which day of the month you want to start assigning received income to the next month, let's jump to the settings worksheet and create a new section. We're gonna call that section Budget Tracking and Dashboard, as the settings are only specifically for those two worksheets. And then we're gonna insert 2 rows in here so that we have some space to create a title for that feature that we call Late Monthly Income. The first element here will be a drop-down field to decide if we want to activate or deactivate that shift of the late income to the next month. And as this drop-down field is one of multiple sub-elements below that title, we're gonna add a small indent to the label. To create a drop-down list, let's select the input field, go to the Data tab, and open the Data Validation window. We're gonna allow a list that has two values, which are active and inactive. Let's select active for now, and then we're gonna expand the whole section area to get more space for the settings of this and other features by selecting a range containing the bottom row and multiple rows below. Then we open the advanced border settings, set the border color to this midlight gray, and to remove the current bottom border, all we need to do is click twice on this middle horizontal border until no border is visible, and then add a new bottom border and the right and left borders for the whole selected range. Great! For the second input field, let's copy down this label and slightly reduce the size of the separator row. In this input field, we want to set the day in a month starting from which we want to consider received income as the disposable income for the next month. Let's resize this column to make the label fit in. And then we can leave the input field as is and only gonna insert a value that somehow makes sense, like day 20 in a month. To access the value of these settings fields, let's define the global name for that first cell as Shift Late Income Status, and the second field as Shift Late Income Starting Day. Also, let's not forget to add a small description for those settings. For that, we can merge these three cells together, align the text to the top and left, and then enter the description text. To make the text better fit in, we're gonna resize the column and also activate the Wrap Text option for automatic line breaks. Once we have finished that description, there is only one thing I want to do here to improve the general user experience, and that is graying out the second field whenever the Shift Late Income field is set to inactive, because that then indicates that you first need to activate that option before the value of the second field will have any impact. Setting this up is quite simple. With the second field selected, we only need to create a new conditional formatting rule that checks if the Shift Late Income status equals inactive. And if that is the case, we set the font color to this midlight gray and the cell fill to this light gray. Let's confirm that, and now you see, once we set this feature to inactive, the second field is grayed out, and we as a user immediately understand we first need to activate that feature before the value of the second field will have any impact. With those settings set up, let's jump over to the budget tracking sheet again and create the formula for the effective date column. The Shift Late Income feature should be applied if multiple conditions are met, which are the type has to be income, the Shift Late Income status has to be active, and finally, of course, the day in month of that records date has to be greater equal the defined Shift Late Income starting day. If all those conditions are fulfilled, then the effective date is set to a new date for which the month is the month of the date plus 1, and the day is the first of that month. And if any of those conditions are not fulfilled, then the effective date will simply equal the date of that record. Let's set the number format for this cell to the custom date format we have already used for the normal date column. And since the Shift Late Income feature is currently active, and we have set the starting day for that feature to the 20th of each month, this income record right here should keep its effective date as the 1st of January, even if that income is actually received a few days earlier, let's say on the 27th of the previous month. As you see, the effective date column automatically shifts the date of that income to the next month, but only as long as the day in month is at least 20. So if we change that to 19, for example, you see the effective date is no longer shifted to the next month, just as intended. And a day in month greater than 20 again will make the feature go back to work. As this feature, if activated, is expected to be applied only to a small portion of all the records, and all other effective dates basically are equal to the entered date, and for that reason provide no new information, let's set the default font color to this lighter gray and only make those effective dates stand out for which the date has actually been shifted to the next month. To do this, we're gonna add a conditional formatting rule to this column that checks for exactly those three conditions. So let's copy them from the formula, select the whole column, open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager, and create a new rule. For the formula, we're gonna paste this AND statement that we have just copied, and since conditional formatting rules cannot handle those table-specific references, we're simply gonna replace that with a normal relative cell reference to the type value for this first condition, and the same for the date value in this third condition. And the rest can stay as is. Now, whenever those conditions are fulfilled, which means the date is shifted to the first day of the next month, we want to set the font color to this dark gray. And for the date format, we're gonna do something really cool. We define the same custom date format as we have already done before, but to also indicate that this date has been shifted, we can insert a Unicode symbol like this arrow as a prefix. Please be aware that this symbol is not part of the cell value, so the cell value itself is still just a date. And that is pretty amazing if you ask me, because now you can see within a second to which records this feature has been applied. Let's quickly deactivate that feature. As you see, now the effective date column is just a perfect replica of the date column itself. And when we activate it again, it works beautifully. With this, we have finished the work on that tracking table. Now we also want to access the information in that table from the outside. And for that, we first need to make sure that the table content is accessible through an appropriate name reference. So let's go to the Formulas tab and open the Name Manager. When we scroll down here, we see the table as Table 4 at the bottom, and we're gonna change that name to Tracking. Now, when we select the whole table content, you can see the name of the table up there in the name bar. The first occasion for which you want to access that table is the creation of some informational tiles on top of the table that display the current date, the date of the last record, the number of records, and the total tracking balance based on the latest record. To generate those information, let's jump over to the Calculations worksheet, in which we're going to put in all the background calculation for this template, so also the calculations for the dashboard later. For a clean setup, let's create a simple header by merging these 4 cells, setting the fill to this dark blue and the text font to white, size 9, and aligned to the left and middle with a small indent. And then we're gonna specify that all the calculations below are for the budget tracking worksheet. As the first value, we want to calculate today, so the current date, which technically is quite easy using the today function, But as the current date will be used in many other formulas in this template, and during the development of the template we want to be able to simulate the current date to be a specific date in the year, let's create a new name, current date, that we can set to whatever date we like during development, like for example the 15th of March of 2022. And once we have finished the development and go into the production mode, which means we start actually using the template, we can replace this with the today function to make it fully dynamic. So from now on, be aware to always use this current date name instead of the today function whenever required in a formula. As these calculations for the budget tracking sheet are for the informational tiles, and we will link these values from the calculation sheet into some text boxes, it is crucial that we format those values here in the cell exactly how we want them to be displayed in those tiles. So for this value, we apply our usual custom date format. Then as the next value, we want to calculate the date of the last record in our tracking table, which can be calculated as the maximum of the tracking table's date column. Let's copy over the date format from the cell above, and based on these two dates we now want to calculate how many days are between the current date and the date of the last record. For that we use the days function, which expects two inputs. First, the end date, for which we're gonna pass the today value, and the start date, for which we pass the last record value. This returns 70 days. As we want to display this piece of information as a short text in brackets behind the date of the last record, let's add an if statement to first check if the last record equals 0, which would be the case if the tracking table has no records at all, and in that case we simply return an empty text string, and in case the date of the last record is not 0, then we're gonna return the calculated value in brackets supplemented with the words days ago. So we get this composed text component. For the next tile, we want to apply the number of records in the table, which can be easily done by applying the count function to almost any column in the table. We're going to take the date column here. This will give us 4. And as an additional information in that tile, we also want to display the number of records in the current year, because assuming that you're going to use the template over multiple years, that is a valuable information. In our sample data, for example, one of those records is from last year. So this calculation is expected to return 3 for this specific setup of records. Here again, we can make use of the sum product function, and this time we only pass one conditional array that returns 1 for all the rows for which the year of the date in the date column equals the year of the current date, and a 0 for the others, at least if we mark this as a conditional array. So those values in the returned array summed up will yield the value 3 just as expected. And just like for the delta last record, we're gonna transform this into a full text string with this information in brackets and supplemented with the words this year. Great! For the last tile in the budget tracking worksheet, we want to display the total tracking balance, which basically is the balance value of the record with the latest date. As we have already calculated the date of the latest record, we can create an index match statement to look up the respective balance value. For those of you unfamiliar with index match, the index function returns the value of an array at a given position. So since we want to return a value from the balance column of the tracking table, let's select this as our return array, and then to figure out the correct row number within this array, we use the match function, which looks up a value, in our case the date of the last record, in a lookup array, in our case the date column of the tracking table, as an exact match, and then returns the row number of the match, which we can then use as the row number in the index function. And as you see, it has returned the correct balance of the latest record. In case the tracking table has no records, this match statement would cause an NA error, so no worries, we're gonna catch that error using the if_NA function and return a simple dash in that case. And eventually, let's format this balance value as an accounting number with 0 decimal places. And as the final calculation for this last tile, we want to generate a short balance analysis text that, depending on whether the balance is positive or negative, displays a different content. So if the balance value is greater equals 0, we want to display behind the balance value of tracked income left to be allocated. And in case the balance value is negative, we want to display that amount X that has been allocated is not covered by income. Let's adjust the column size to make this fit in. And since now all the calculations for the tiles are prepared, let's jump over to the budget tracking worksheet and create those tile elements. To create a clean and good looking tile, let's insert a rounded rectangle like this, slightly adjust the size, and then position it in a way that it is aligned with the left border of the tracking table. Then we right-click on it and open the Format Shape area, in which we can now set the fill color to white and the line to this lighter gray and a width of 0.5. We can play around with the roundness as well, and for those tiles in particular I prefer a bit of roundness, but not too much. To make the tile better stand out from the white background, we're gonna add some light shadow with a high level of transparency like 85%, a reduced size of 95%, a strong blur of 65 pt, then we leave the angle at 90 degrees and increase the distance to 10 pt. That results in this beautiful tile background that is not super dominant but stands out through its neat design. Of course, this first tile needs some content, which will be the date of today. So let's start with a title for which we insert a text box and enter the tile's name. By default, a text box has a fill and border, and we want to have neither of them, so let's set this to no fill and no line. In addition, we're gonna make this text bold and then move it to a good position in the upper left corner of the tile. For the date value, we can just duplicate that text box, and since we now want to dynamically reference the calculation we have set up in the calculations worksheet, we go to the formula bar with the text box selected and enter equals, and then jump over to the calculation sheet and select the correct cell. Once we hit enter, this value from the cell is now visible in the text box and will update anytime the calculation result in the background changes. What you need to know about linking text boxes to cells: whenever you create or update such a cell reference for a text box, Excel for some reason resets the text formatting, and in this case the bold style has been removed. So keep that in mind. For this value text now, we want to increase the font size to 12 and also make it bold. After that, let's align the title and value text box to the left and do some final adjustments to the positions of both these text boxes until it looks good to us. Once we are happy with the result, let's select all those elements, go to the Size and Properties tab on the right, and under Properties, select the option Don't Move or Size with Cells, so that whenever any of those columns are resized, the proportions of those tile elements stay unaffected. Great! With these tile elements selected, let's create a copy and start building the second tile for the date of the last record. For this tile we need to adjust the size of the text box to make it fit in here, and since the content will also be a bit larger, let's resize the tile size as well. Since we know that in the calculation sheet the date of the last record is calculated in the cell right below the current date, we can just change that row number in the cell reference to 9. And there we have the calculated date. But again, as I just told you, the text format is reset and we have to change it back to a font size of 12 and a bold style. Since we want to add the additional information of the delta between the current date and the last record, let's make this text box a bit smaller and then duplicate it. The delta text content is calculated in one cell below the date of the last record, so let's simply change the row to 10, and there we have the dynamic text statement. For all secondary information in a tile, we want to make the font size a bit smaller, and for that reason we set it to 10.5. And then we're gonna position it right behind the date, and do some final adjustments to the tile size. Wonderful! We can now use this as the blueprint for the third tile that will display the number of records and will also have one main value text box and a text box with some secondary information. Let's call this tile Number of Tracked Records. Change the reference to E11, which then returns a number of 4 total records in the tracking table. Again, we set the font size to 12 and make it bold. For the second text box, we change the reference to E12, which then returns the text statement on how many records are in this year. And here we readjust the font size back to 10.5. As the number of records won't take as much space as the dates, we can reduce the size of this text box and move that one over to the left. Maybe make this one even smaller. And it looks like the secondary information text box should be moved down a tiny bit for a better alignment. So let's move this one down a tiny bit as well. And finally, we're gonna adjust the size of the tile and select all those tile elements to create another copy for the last tile in this worksheet. This last tile will be displaying the total tracking balance, which is found in cell E13 of the calculations worksheet. Let's set this text font to 12 and bold again. And for the secondary information text box, which probably will require a bit more space than in the previous tiles, we're gonna start by moving it to the right, change the cell reference to E14, then readjust the font size to 10.5, and that looks pretty good to me. Let's quickly test if the size and position of both these text boxes is still appropriate once the balance changes. For a smaller balance, it still looks okay. For a bigger negative balance, however, the value text box seems to be too small, so let's make it a bit larger. And maybe also move that secondary text box a tiny bit to the right. And adjust the size of the tile. Perfect! That's already it for the setup of those single tiles. Now we only need to get those 4 tile components perfectly aligned. And to do this, let's transform each of them into a group element. And select all 4 groups. go to the Shape Format tab, and then align them to the middle. To unify the spacings between the tiles, let's move the second tile and also the last tile a tiny bit to the right. And with this, we have completed the setup of this budget tracking worksheet and can now move on to bring it all together in the budget dashboard. For the dashboard, we're gonna start with the initial dashboard setup. And for this initial setup, we start by creating the header bars for the breakdown and chart section. So let's select range C11 to X11. And those first columns from column C to column X will be used as in-sheet calculation columns right in front of the visible budget breakdown section. So those columns will be hidden later, but nonetheless they will get a clean blue header bar and, more importantly, a light gray subheader bar right below where we're going to insert the individual calculation column names. Then the visible budget breakdown section starts in column Y and covers a total of 6 columns. As for this section header, we want to have one centered section title. Let's merge these cells together, align the text to the middle, set the fill to this dark blue, and eventually the text font to white, size 10, and bold. Let's insert breakdown as the section title. And for now we can hide those in-sheet calculation columns to further set up the visible part of the worksheet. For the chart section header, let's select the range from AF11 to AR11, merge those cells together, and apply the same formatting as for the breakdown section header. And as the section title, we're gonna insert Summary. One fundamental key of this dashboard will be the option to select exactly which year and which period within that year you want to see as a user. And for that, we're gonna need 2 drop-down lists that we're gonna set up in the top right corner. For the drop-down header, let's merge these 2 cells together, align the text to the middle, and make it bold. And then we open the border settings, select this mid-light gray as color, and create this light border around this range to visually separate it from the surrounding area. The title of this first drop-down selection will be simply Year. And then we select the 2 cells right below, merge them together as well, align the text to the middle, reduce the text size to 10, and set the fill color to this light green. This is where we want to put in the drop-down selection for the year, and to make this fully obvious, let's add a small descriptive text to this 3-cell range on the left, which we also merge, then insert the instructional text, and to make this visually less dominant, we're gonna reduce the font size to 9, change the font color to this darker gray, and in order to position it a bit closer to the drop-down field, let's align it to the left and add a small indent. And finally, we're gonna add an italic style. For the period drop-down selection, we can then just copy over this range, change the title to period, and adjust the instructional text. Great! As the next step, let's build up the lists for those drop-down selections, and as these lists will have a lot of potential values that are partly dynamic, let's set them up on a separate worksheet for those drop-down data. For the year drop-down, let's create a header with a bold font style, a dark blue fill, and a white font color. And right below, we're gonna define all potential values for the drop-down selection, for which we slightly decrease the font size and also make them aligned to the middle and center. The first selectable value in that list is not a year number directly, but instead a text that says current year. And the idea behind this is that whenever this value is selected, this will be translated into the current year number in the background calculations, which we're gonna cover in a minute. Then all the subsequent values are the 10-year numbers dynamically dependent on the starting date that is defined in the settings. So just like in the budget planning sheet, the first year is the starting year, and all the subsequent years are the previous year plus 1. For a clean design, let's add some borders around that list by opening the Advanced Border menu, selecting that mid-light gray as color, and adding a bottom, left, and right border to that range. That looks great. So let's just copy over the header for the period dropdown data. And for these values, we also want to slightly reduce the font size and align them to the middle and center. The period dropdown works under the assumption that the specific year is selected in the year dropdown, and now we need to decide whether we want to take a look at all the months of that year by selecting total year or a specific single month. As a specific month, you can either select the current month, which just like in the current year option will be dynamically translated into the current month number in the background, or directly one of the 12 months in a year. To save us a few steps, we're not going to type in all the 12 months as text here. Instead, we simply define them as full dates for which the day and year basically don't matter. So we just set them to the first day in the month and 00 as the year. And now what we can do for all those 12 dates is define a custom date format that simply is M 4 times. This date format displays these dates as the full month name and nothing else. And what is amazing about this setup is that we can now display these values as the full month name in the dropdown selection, and at the same time we can extract the month number from the selected value simply by applying the month function. So let's add some borders around that range, just like we did for the other list. And now all we need to do on the dashboard sheet is to select the drop-down cell, open the data validation window, select list, and reference the defined list in the source field. So now we have all those year values available in this drop-down selection. And then we gotta do the same for the period dropdown. Select list as the data validation method, reference the defined period dropdown list, and now all these values are available in this dropdown selection. The only adjustment that we need to do is defining the same date format for that cell, so that once selected, the underlying date is not displayed as this big number, but as the respective month with its full name. That works perfectly. And just as a quick preview, to always have the latest month selected at any point of time, the dynamic combination of current year and current month will do the job for you. Because that is the logic that we're gonna implement right now. To make sense out of and interpret these selected drop-down values for all other upcoming formulas that we're gonna build in this template, let's create a new section for the budget dashboard worksheet and define two new calculations that we call selected year and selected period. For the selected year, we want to return a year number for every drop-down selection, while for the selected period, we want to either return the total year expression or a month number. Let's start with the selected year calculation, for which we're going to take a look at what has been selected in this drop-down cell. Since this is a merged range, it gives us the whole range, but we only need the first of these cells. And we first check if that value equals current year, because if that's the case, we want to return the year of the current date. For all other potential values from this drop-down list, we know that these are year numbers. So if the value is not current year, we just pass through the cell value. To make this interpreted variant of the selected year easily accessible for all the future formulas in this template, let's give this cell the global name selected year. In the dashboard sheet, we can then do a quick test by referencing that name next to the drop-down field. With the current year selected, 2022 is the correctly derived year value, and for all the explicit year values, the value is just passed through as intended. Perfect. To also derive the correct values from the period drop-down selection, we first check if the selected value equals total year. Because that is the only value from that drop-down that we basically gonna leave as it is. In case the selected value equals current month, we're gonna return the month number of the current date using the month function. And since we know that all the other potential values from that drop-down list are explicit dates from which we want to extract the month number, we're gonna apply the month function to the selected value directly in case the first two conditions are not met. Let's close that statement and make that calculation result available as selected period. Just like for the year, we can test the functionality of that one by referencing that name next to the period drop-down field. With the current month selected, it correctly returns 3, as we have set the current date to the 15th of March. When we change that value to total year is just passed through to the selected period value. And for all explicitly defined months, the corresponding month number is perfectly extracted from the underlying dates. That is great. As these two calculations are, sort of special as they are the direct interpreters for the drop-down selections in the dashboard, let's delimit them from all the following calculations by adding a bottom border in this mid-light gray with a dotted style. Now, whenever we want to display the selected year and period somewhere in the dashboard, for example the section headers, we can display the selected year value directly. But for the selected period, it would be prettier to display the month's name instead of the extracted month's number whenever current month or a specific month is selected. So let's create a version of that selected period value that is more suitable for presentation in headers and titles that we're gonna call selected period display. And in the formula, we first check if selected period equals total year, in which case we again want to just use that value here as well. And in all other cases, we know that selected period is a month number. So we're gonna transform that month number into the corresponding month name as a text string by using the text function, putting in a composed date for which the year and the day both really don't matter. It's only important that the selected period value is used as the month input because we want to print out that full month's name using the MMMM date format. Let's hit enter. And you see the month number from selected period is now available as an easy to read text string version. which we're gonna make accessible as selected period display. As the final step for this initial dashboard setup, let's make the selected year and period part of these two section headers. So we're gonna make this a composed text string starting with breakdown and a dash. And then in case the selected period equals total year, we're gonna print out the selected year and then the total year in brackets. Otherwise, we first print out the selected period display value, which then has to be a month's name, and then after adding in a space, the selected year. So with the current year and current month selected, the section header now correctly displays March 2022. When we select an explicit month, the month and the year are displayed in the same way. And whenever we select total year, the year is printed with total year following in brackets. And of course, when selecting another year up there, the section header updates as intended as well. Eventually, let's copy that formula over to the summary section header. We only need to replace the breakdown with summary, and that's it. At this point, we have completed the initial dashboard setup and can now move on to build the smart breakdown section. For the budget breakdown section, we're gonna start by unhiding those hidden columns as we need to apply some powerful pre-calculations. Those pre-calculations have the goal to first retrieve all relevant data, which are the relevant items with their respective budgeted and tracked amounts for the selected period, and then to automatically sort the category items within each individual type section, first by tracked amount and second by budgeted amount. As the first step, let's format this gray subheader row where we're going to put in the column names for these pre-calculations. And for these column names, we want to have a font size of 8 and a text alignment to the center and middle. Those first 10 columns from column C to L will cover the dynamic retrieval of only the relevant header, category and total items from the income, expenses and savings type of the budget planning sheet, while ignoring the unused placeholder category rows in between, and then also the dynamic calculation of the budgeted and tracked amounts for each item based on the selected year and period. While the remaining columns M to X are then required to build up an automatic sorting mechanism that sorts the category items within their individual type section, first by tracked amount and second by budgeted amount. For a better focus on these first 10 pre-calculation columns, let's temporarily hide those remaining calculation columns as well as the visible breakdown section. And also adjust the size of the separator column between the sections. That way, we can now build up those 10 pre-calculation columns while having an easy access to the 2 drop-down selections for year and period. Before we start, let's enter the column names and also visually structure those 10 columns. The first column will be called Row ID, and this is where we're going to bring in the row number of each relevant item from the budget planning sheet. Then, to always know where the relevant type section starts in the budget planning sheet, the second column will make the relevant type header row ID available in each row in here. The next 4 columns will then be binary classification columns to figure out if the respective row from the budget planning sheet is either a header row, a category row, a total row, or an empty row. And based on this information, we can then dynamically retrieve the type, so either income, expenses, or savings for each item, and of course the item name itself. For each category and total item, we then gonna calculate the tracked and budgeted amounts based on the selected year and period. Let's add some borders to visually separate those ID, binary classification, and actual content columns from each other. We will add all column calculations up to row 50 on this sheet. However, if you need more room as you plan to define a significantly larger number of custom categories, You can either cover more rows now or later expand the calculation range using the autofill functionality. To add those borders, let's open the advanced border options, select this midlight gray as the border color, and add a left and right border to each individually selected range. As the final preparation step, let's define dynamic name references for each column so that all the column formulas can reference the same row value from another column simply by its column name. Let's select the first cell in the row ID column, go to the Formulas tab, and click on Define Name. The name for that reference is already proposed as row_ID, just like in the column header. Then we want to limit the scope to this budget dashboard worksheet only. And for the reference, we're gonna leave the $ in front of the column character to have it fixed to this column, but make the row relative by removing the $ so that the row always adjusts to the row from which that name is referenced. So when we now reference row ID from another column in this first row, the row ID value in the same row is referenced, just like when we call it from another row or column. As you can imagine, using this technique of dynamic name references will make all our formulas that somehow rely on other column values way easier to build and understand. So let's take the time to set up equivalent dynamic name references for the other 9 columns here as well. For the header row ID, let's again select the first cell in that column, click on Define Name. The name is already proposed correctly. The scope is the budget dashboard worksheet again. And then in the reference field, we remove the $ in front of the row number. Then the same for the is header column. The is cat column, the is total column, and the is empty column. Just as a quick side note, if the name is not proposed correctly by Excel, which happens from time to time, just enter it manually by yourself. Eventually, we also cover the type column, the item column, the track column, and the budget column. After taking this effort, each of these column values is easily accessible from any other column. And with this, we have done the best possible preparation to now quickly build our column calculations. We're gonna start with the row ID column. And in this column, we want to dynamically bring in all the relevant row numbers from the items in the budget planning sheet, starting with the row number of the income header, which is 9, then all the defined income categories, which currently are 10 to 12, then skip all the row numbers of those unused placeholder rows and jump straight to the row number of the income total row, which at the moment is 20. Then with one empty row in between, we want to have the row number of the expenses header as the next row ID, then all the row numbers of the expense category items, then again skip all the unused placeholder rows and jump straight to the row number of the expense total row. And then of course the relevant row numbers for the savings section using the same approach. For a better understanding of the formula that we are about to build up in the row ID column, let's start by demonstrating how the item column would look like if we brought in all the items using a direct reference to the items in the budget planning sheet. In this simple scenario, we would directly reference the income header cell and then just use the autofill handle to bring in all the subsequent items from that column. As you see, that would bring in all the category placeholders as well, which we actually don't want to have in here. And for that reason, we want to find a good way of dynamically cutting them out. As a first step, let me show you how we can bring in those exact same item values using a row ID as an intermediary, because we can easily bring in the corresponding row numbers from the item values into the row ID column by referencing the income header row as a starting point, and then for all subsequent values, simply take the previous value plus 1. That produces this incremental series of row numbers in the row ID column and allows us to return the exact same item values in the item column using the index function, for which we only have to provide this column C from the budget planning sheet as a return array, and then simply enter the row ID as row number from which the value in this column shall be returned. Simple as that. To catch any potential error, let's wrap this into an if-error function that returns an empty string if any error occurs. And when we hit enter and update all the cells in this column by double-clicking the autofill handle, you see that this short formula now produces the exact same result, but is now fully based and dependent on the values in the row ID column. And that means if we now find a robust way of not printing all the row numbers, but only the relevant ones in a consecutive way into this row ID column, then suddenly only the relevant items will be visible in the item column. So let's do this. The first row ID will always be the income header row, as this defines the anchor point for our row ID calculation. What we're gonna change though is the formula for all the subsequent cells, because obviously we will have to make this a bit more sophisticated than this formula in here. However, what we're gonna do in a similar way is that for every cell in here, we're gonna take a look at the previous row ID in the cell above. And based on what that previous row ID in the cell above is, we then gonna decide what is the next relevant row ID to be displayed in this cell. As this formula will be a bit larger, let's increase the size of the formula bar, and then we start the formula with a first if statement that checks if the previous row ID equals -1, as -1 is the row ID that we're gonna print if there's no more relevant row number to show, and thus if the previous one is -1, the next one will automatically be -1 as well. Okay, if the previous row ID is not -1, then we're gonna go from top to bottom through all the relevant item row numbers in the budget planning sheet that we know. As we go from top to bottom, the first relevant items after this initial cell with income header row are the first to the last income category item, with the first item's row number being equal to the income header row plus 1. And now to make sure that we always gonna print out the row numbers of all the defined income categories, no matter how many there are, we can say that as long as the previous row ID is smaller than the income max row, which we have dynamically defined as the row number of the last element in the income category table, the row ID of this cell equals the previous row ID plus 1. And as soon as the previous row ID equals the income max row, we know, okay, so we have printed all the row numbers for the income category items in the cells above. So as we want to skip the row numbers of the placeholder rows, now in this cell, we obviously have to return the income total row. Let's take a quick break here by saying for all the other cases, we're simply gonna return a -1 and update all the subsequent cells with this new formula. The magic you can see now is that by dynamically printing only the relevant header, category, and total row IDs for the income type, using those predefined positional row information, we have produced a condensed output in the item column that only shows the corresponding relevant items and skips all those empty placeholder rows in between. Let's continue with this formula and start covering the expenses section as well. To separate the income and expenses section from each other, we want to make sure that there is always exactly one separator row. So when the previous row ID equals the income total row, we know that as this row ID, we want to have a row ID that represents a separator. Now, intuitively, we could just return a -1, but the biggest problem here is that in the next cell below, we would not be able to figure out what the next logical row ID is based on the previous value. So we need something unique that tells us that this is the separator row between the income and expenses section. So let's make that a text string like /1, and then in the next if statement we can refer to that and check if the previous row ID is that /1 separator row. Because then the next logical row ID is obviously the expenses header row. As we know that the expenses category items are coming right after, we know that as long as the previous row ID is smaller than the expenses max row, we have to simply return the previous row ID +1, just like we did for the income category items. And as soon as the previous row ID is no longer smaller, but equals the expenses max row, we want to skip all the placeholder row numbers and directly return the expenses total row. Let's again set all further row IDs to -1 for now, and close the brackets for all those additional if statements to take a quick look at the intermediate results when we add that updated formula to all the subsequent cells in this column. It seems to perfectly work, starting with the separator row, which by the way is an intended result of the if error statement, because a row ID like /1 obviously cannot be interpreted as an actual row number. And then we have the expenses header, all the defined category items, and finally the total item, just as we have envisioned. To complete this formula, let's also include the savings section with its relevant row IDs. And again, we start with the separator row between the expenses and savings section, which is the logical next row if the previous row ID equals the expenses total row. Using the same notation as above, we're gonna return a unique text string with /2 for the second separator row. And then in the next cell we know if the previous row ID equals that /2, then this cell needs to have the savings header row as its row ID. Simple as that. Then as long as the previous row ID is smaller than the savings max row, we're gonna return the previous row ID +1. And as the final part of this formula, once the previous row ID equals the savings max row, we print the savings total row as the last relevant row ID. And all further cells in this column will be just -1. Let's close all these additional if statements, hit enter, and update all the subsequent cells in this column with this final formula. And once we got that huge formula bar out of the way, we can see how that setup perfectly plays out and displays exactly the relevant items in the items column. I assume you would love to see how this works when we add another category to one of these sections. So let's do that and add another income category. And as you see, it is automatically included in the item column, as the row ID formula has now returned the row numbers for 4 instead of only 3 categories, and all the subsequent row IDs are just printed one cell lower than before. That is pretty amazing. Okay, so let's remove that category again and continue with our calculation columns in the budget dashboard sheet. One information we want to make available in each row is the row ID of the header of the section to which each respective item belongs. That means for all the income items, we want the row ID of the income header, which is 9 in this case, printed in this header row ID column. In a similar manner, we want to make available the row ID of the expenses header, which is 22 right now, for all the expense items, and of course the same for the savings section. Now, having the respective header row ID available in each row makes sense for two good reasons. First, we will know for each individual item to which type, so either income, expenses or savings, it belongs, simply by looking at the header row ID without leaving the row. And second, it is an important foundation for calculating the new sorted position of the category items, which will be covered in those currently hidden columns. In order to create this header row ID formula, we first need to generate some more information about the individual items based on the row ID by classifying them into either header, category, total, or empty item. In these four columns, we want to either have a 1 for true or a 0 for false for each individual row. And what's important here is those four columns are mutually exclusive. So for each row, we want to have exactly one true value in either of these four columns. Figuring out if a row ID belongs to a header or not is pretty easy, because for an item to be a header, its row ID has to either equal the income header row, the expenses header row, or the savings header row. So if any of these three conditions is fulfilled, the OR statement will return true, and to transform this into a number, we simply multiply it with 1. Pushing this formula to all the cells in the column shows us that we get a 1 exactly where the header items are. Perfect! Then figuring out if an item is a category or not based on the row ID alone would need a way longer formula. So let's skip that for now and take a look at the isTotal column first. Because for this one we can apply the same logic as for the isHeader column by creating a similar OR statement that checks if the row ID either equals the income total row, the expenses total row, or the savings total row. And if any of these conditions is true, the statement will return a 1, otherwise a 0. And this works just as fine, displaying a 1 for all the total items. The isEmpty formula is slightly different because for this one we're not gonna compare the row ID against any predefined names, but instead we simply check if the row ID equals either /1, /2, or -1, because that perfectly identifies all the possible empty rows. So we want to return a 1 in case either the row ID equals /1 or equals /2 or -1. Let's add this formula to the whole column. And as expected, we see a 1 for both the separator rows and all the rows that go beyond our relevant sections. Eventually, we can now determine the category rows simply by looking at the other three classifications. Because if an item is not a header, not a total, and not empty, it then has to be a category. So for the formula, all we need to do is apply the not function to negate an OR statement that checks if that item is either a header, a total, or empty. Only if all these are 0, which is the equivalent for false, the OR statement will also return false, and the overall statement will be true, and then return a 1. When we push this formula to the whole column, we get a 1 wherever a category item is. That's pretty amazing. And as a final check, we can quickly calculate a checksum over these four columns. And this proves that each row has exactly one true value in either of those four columns. With these new information generated, we can now set up the header row ID formula. And we start with an if statement that checks if the current item is a header. And if that is true, we're gonna return the row ID, as this is the row ID we are interested in here for this and all the other income items. In case it is not a header, it is either empty, a category, or a total item. And in case it is a category or total item, so not empty, then we just grab and return the value of the previous header row ID cell. And in case it is empty, then we just return a -1. And that's already it. Let's add that formula to all the cells in that column. And as you see, now we have the row ID of the respective type's header item available for every single item of that type. And we can directly make use of that information for adding the correct type name to each relevant item. And for this, let's just copy the formula from the item column and now instead of returning the item from the row number that is saved as row ID, we're gonna return the item from the row number saved as header row ID. When we add that formula to all the cells of that type column, each item now has the name of its corresponding type available in its respective row. With all these information available, we now want to dynamically calculate the tracked and budgeted amounts for all the income, expenses, and savings categories and totals. For the tracked amounts, we will dynamically extract and filter the data available in the budget tracking worksheet, while for the budgeted amounts, we will look up the values for the respective items in the budget planning worksheet. Of course, for both these calculations, the consideration of the selected year and period are crucial. Let's start with the tracked amounts, and for this we're gonna jump over to the budget tracking sheet to get a better understanding on how to approach the filtering and summing up of the relevant amounts for each item from this table. So for that, let's create some example calculations here right next to the table. Our target column of interest is of course the amount column, and we can reference all column values by entering equals and then selecting the whole column. As you see, when we reference a table column from the outside of the table, the notation is simply the table name with the column name in squared brackets. Only referencing this column will return an array containing all the values. And if we now want to filter those values, for example by a certain category, we could either use the sum product function, like we did for the balance calculation. However, I prefer to use the sum product function mainly for in-table calculations or for applying more complex conditional arrays like we did here. But in our case now, we're only gonna use simple conditional arrays for filtering that only check which row of the column equal a certain value. Like for example, which rows of the table's type column equal income. This returns a same-sized array with a boolean true or false value for each row. And if we now multiply both these two arrays in a new formula, which means the tracking amount column times, in brackets, type column equals income, this returns a filtered version of the amount array with only the income amount values and all the other values are set to 0. So calculating the sum over this array returns the total income. When we now change that filter to expenses, it will return the total expenses. Now what you see in this formula is the exact notation we need to apply in our track column. So building the sum over the amount column multiplied with one simple conditional array for every filter criterion. We remove these example calculations and start creating the base formula that contains the two filters which are the bare minimum required to be applied in any case, and these are filtering down to the respective type and the selected year. Any more specific filtering to a specific category or a specific month will then later be added as additional filters to this base formula. So let's create that base formula as the sum over the tracking amount column and only consider those amounts for which the value in the tracking type column equals the type available in this row and the year of the value in the effective date column so not the date column but the effective date column, equals the selected year. And then we close that statement. So when we add this to all the cells in this column, it will now return the total income, expenses and savings for the whole selected year in every row of that type. As the next step, let's make sure that we only return a value for the category and total items. And for the header and empty items, we actually want to have an empty cell instead. For that, we add if the item either is a header or empty, then return an empty string, and only otherwise return that formula that we have just built. Let's update the whole column, and now we only see calculation results for the category and total items. Based on these amounts, we can already see that the filtering to the respective type seems to work, but let's also quickly test the selected year filter by selecting the next year. As you see, for that year nothing is returned as no values have been tracked with an effective date in 2023, but when we adjust one of these records in the tracking table to have an effective date in 2023, then this formula returns nothing for the 2022 income, and it is now correctly visible when we select 2023. So that filter works as intended. Perfect. Now I have called this formula in here the base formula, which is required in any case, because technically we have 4 different cases to cover and thus 4 different formulas to build that will all contain that base formula. The 4 different cases result from having 2 options for the item classification, because either it is a total item, which then requires no additional filtering condition, or it is a specific category, which then requires an additional filtering condition. And then we have 2 options for the selected period, because either we have selected the total year, which again would not require any additional filtering condition, or we have selected a specific month, which then requires an additional filtering condition. So 2 times 2 options results in 4 different cases, and to accurately build up the decision structure to figure out which of these cases has to be applied in which row, let's temporarily save that base formula in another cell and remove it from in here, so that we can build up this structure from scratch as nested if statements with placeholder values for the actual calculations. Now to build up this decision structure, first we're gonna check if the item in that row is a total. And if that is true, we also need to know if the selected period equals total year. If both these are true, then we need to return the total for the respective type for the total year. If the selected period does not equal total year, then it is a specific month, and we need to calculate the total for the respective type in that specific month. Let's close that inner if statement and now consider the case that isTotal is not true. Then, as all the other classifications are basically ruled out, the item has to be a category item, and we're gonna apply the same inner if statement to check what the selected period is. In case it equals total year, we now have to return the tracked amount for that category over the total year. And in the other case, the tracked amount for that category in a specific month. And that's it. Let's close that upper level if statement and push that formula to the whole column. Now we see for every item which calculation would be applied. Right now, with the total year selected, the category items all have the category and total year case returned, while the total items return the total and total year calculation. When we select a specific month instead, we jump to the corresponding month cases for both the category and total items, and that means that we have now ensured that always the correct case is applied for every item and period. Before we now insert the actual calculations for all those 4 cases, let us quickly improve the sample database in the tracking table by adding additional records for a month that is different from January, because with only one month in 2022 being represented in the data, we would not be able to tell the difference between the results returned for total year and a specific month. Let's decide for February to be the second month in our sample data, for which we're gonna add some income, then 2 records for expenses, and 1 record for savings. Great! Now with these additional data added for February, let's jump over to the dashboard sheet and replace these placeholders for the 4 different cases with the actual calculations. For that, let's copy the base formula and for the first case where we calculate the total value for the total year, the base formula is all we need, since except from these 2 base filters for type and selected year, this case requires no additional filter for either a specific category or a specific month. For the second case, however, the selected period is not total year, but a specific month, so here we need to calculate the total for a specific month, for which we're gonna add an additional filter to the base formula. We multiply the existing expression by a new conditional array that checks for every row in the tracking table if the month of the effective date equals the selected period. Remember that both the result of the month function and the selected period value are month numbers here. Before we also insert the calculations for the category items, let's quickly hit enter, push this updated formula to all the column cells, and we see that now we have calculated values returned for the totals. Right now for the total year, and by selecting a specific month in this drop-down selection, this value can be now broken down into the totals for January and February. While all these subsequent months display a 0, as for these we have no underlying tracked data. For the category calculations, we also have these cases for either the total year or a specific month. For the total year, let's again paste this base formula, and while the selected year filter is already sufficient for covering the total year selection, so we don't need to add an additional filter for the month here, we instead need to insert an additional filter for the category. So let's add that filter right behind the type filter. And the notation is equally simple. We're gonna check for every row in the tracking table if the category value equals the item name available in the respective row in this sheet. And eventually for this last case, which filters down to both a specific category and a specific month, we're gonna need both additional filters added to the base formula. So let's insert the category filter and the month filter to finalize this formula. Once we hit enter and push the final formula to all the cells in this column, we get this beautiful result, where we now have the tracked amounts for the individual categories, which are then summed up in this total positions for the income, expenses, and savings section. And when we change that selected period from total year to a single specific month, then these amounts are broken down even more specifically. Amazing. Let's remove this temporarily stored base formula, reduce the size of the formula bar, and continue with the budget calculation. Retrieving the budgeted amounts for each item from the budget planning worksheet is much simpler, as here we have only one value for each item in each period that we just need to look up. And to look up the correct budget value, all we need to know is the row of the respective item, which we have already available as row ID, and also the correct column based on the selected year and selected period. As we have built these specific month headers as actual dates that contain the corresponding year and month number, and the total year is available as a single year number, we can use our selected year and selected period to build a dynamic lookup value and identify the correct column by using this row as a lookup row. Let me show you how that works. Just like for the track column, we're going to conduct this prior check if the item is a header or empty, and in that case we simply return an empty string. And if it passes that test, we're going to use the index function to return a value from a given array at a certain position. For the return array, we select all columns of that value input range, so starting at column E and ending at the last column, which is EM in our case. And since this is a two-dimensional, so a multi-row and multi-column array, we now need to provide both a row number and a column number to identify the position of a specific cell. You got to be aware that the row number and the column number you provide are always measured relatively against the starting row and starting column of the selected return array. Since our array covers the whole columns and thus starts at the very first row of that sheet, we can simply provide the row ID as the row number. For the column number though, our array starts at column E, which means to get the value for January 2022, we need to enter a 1, as this is the first column in the array that we have selected. Let's close that statement for now and update all the cells in the budget column with that new formula. As you see, returning the correct January budget for each individual item simply based on the row ID works perfectly. But of course we actually want to return the values for the period that is selected up there, which is total year right now. And the correct column number to show the total year budget for each item would be 13, as this is the 13th column of the provided return array. For now, let's just manually update that number and push it to all the cells in the column, and as expected, we now see the budget values for the total year. But of course, changing that column number manually each time is not what we want to do. Instead, we want to take a look at which year and period are currently selected, and then use that information to dynamically determine which column represents the selected year and period combination. For that, let us replace this hard-coded number with the match function, which expects a lookup value as the first argument. We know that in our budget planning worksheet, the total year columns have the year number only as their header value. So in case the selected period equals total year, we're going to use the selected year as the lookup value. Otherwise, we know that the selected period is a specific month number, and we also know that in the planning budget sheet, those month headers have full dates with the respective year and month number as their underlying value. So in that case, we're going to construct a lookup value as a date, using the selected year as year, the selected period as month, and for day we just provide a 1, so the first day of that month, to match the pattern that we have used in those period headers on the budget planning sheet. And with this lookup value being defined, we're going to jump over to the budget planning sheet and select this period header row, starting at the same column as the return array we have selected earlier, and going all the way to the last column. So in our case from E9 to EM9. Let's make that an absolute range reference And as we are looking for an exact match, let's enter a 0 for the last argument of the match function. And that is it. We only need to close that match statement and hit enter. And as soon as this updated formula is added to all the cells in the budget column, the budget calculation is now dynamically linked to whatever we have selected as year and period. These values are exactly the budget we have defined for January, as we can see on the budget planning sheet. Let's take a look at another example with these numbers budgeted for April, for example. And these are also perfectly retrieved. Here, of course, the track column is all zeros as we haven't tracked any money flows in our tracking table for that month. But yeah, both the tracked and budget column now perfectly work as they should. So the only thing left to do here is formatting them uniformly as accounting numbers with 0 decimal places. And at that point we have retrieved all the required data for this breakdown section in a condensed and fully dynamic way. Still, what's left to do in order to bring this breakdown section to the ultimate level is automatically sorting those category items within each type section by tracked amount as the first sorting criterion and budgeted amount as the second sorting criterion. That means for each section we only take a look at the category items and then find a way to reorder them based on the tracked amount and for equal tracked amounts the budgeted amount. I know sorting a subset of items within each section while everything else around stays at its place seems like an impossible task at first. But once I've showed you how that can be achieved, you will be amazed at what is possible in Excel. Let's unhide those remaining columns. And as you can guess from the numbers of columns, implementing this in-section sorting mechanism is a multi-step process. The current order of category items within each section is determined by the order by which we have defined them in the budget planning sheet. And this order is then transmitted into this dashboard worksheet through the row ID. So what we need to do to reorder them is, in a first step, ranking the category items within their respective section and then use those ranks to compute the row ID each category item should actually have in a sorted state. All the remaining pre-calculation columns here, except the last one, will be used for the in-section ranking. And then in the last column, we're gonna compute the sorted row ID, based on which we then print out the sorted category items in the visible breakdown section. As a fundamental step for the ranking, we need to know for each category item what is the range of items within this item will be ranked and sorted. And what is important to mention before we start, so far for the whole process of getting these items and data into this dashboard worksheet, we were super focused on the row numbers from the budget planning sheet, which we have referenced as the row ID in this dashboard sheet. But now that we have those sorted data in here and try to rank them, we will have to take a look at the row numbers in this sheet to identify the relevant ranking ranges. So when we, for example, take a look at the income range, it is an important information for every income category item that it will be sorted within the range going from the row 14 to 16 of this sheet. For the expenses section, the relevant sorting range currently goes from row 20 to 28 of this sheet, and eventually for the savings section, the relevant sorting range currently goes from row 32 to 36 in this sheet. So to make this information available in every category item row, the first two columns will be sort min row and sort max row. Let's adjust the column size to make these headers fit in, add a gray border to visually separate it from what's coming next, and finally, create dynamic name references for both columns so that we can instantly use these values in the subsequent calculations. So first for the sort min row, scope is still this worksheet only, and the row of that reference needs to be relative without a $sign. And then the same for sort max row. Perfect. To get the row number of the first income category item in this sheet, we can still make use of the row ID column, as it allows us to apply the match function for looking up the income min row, which equals 10 at the moment, in that column as an exact match. And that match function then returns the row number at which that lookup value has been found, which is 14 in that case. Pushing this first draft of the formula to all the cells in this column shows us that this calculation so far is totally independent from the row it is applied in. So we need to add a bit of conditional structure around it to make sure it is only used in the rows where it makes sense. That means we have to limit it to categories only in a first if statement. And since this specific match statement is meant to be for the income category items only, let's add a second level if statement that checks if the header row ID equals the income header row, which is true for all the items of the income section. And in any other case, we're gonna return an empty string for now. When we now update all the cells in this column with this improved formula, this information is only returned where it's supposed to be. And to also cover the category items of the expenses and savings section, let's expand that formula by adding a similar if statement for the expenses section. So in case the header row ID is not equal the income header row, we then check if it equals the expenses header row. In that case, we would return this match statement looking for the expenses min row. And otherwise, if that condition is also not fulfilled, we eventually cover all category items belonging to the savings section and returning their minimum row number of the relevant sorting range. And in all other cases, we simply return an empty text string. Let's update the formula for all the cells in this column, and now each category item has that section-related information available. For the sort max row, we can then simply copy this formula and replace min by max in those match statements. And there we go, now we are able to determine the correct sorting range for any category item without looking at another row. Let's instantly make use of that row information for ranking the category items by their tracked and budgeted amounts within their respective sections. And we're gonna make that ranking a two-step process, as for ranking an item we need to provide the range within which we want to rank it. That range is obviously different for each section, and therefore we need to dynamically compose that range address first using the sort min and sort max row, and then dynamically pass it to the rank function in the second step. Thus, we're gonna have a tracked range and tracked rank column, and in the same manner a budget range and a budget rank column. Before we insert the required formulas, let's add another border separator after these four columns and also define dynamic name references for the tracked range, the tracked rank, the budget range, and the budget rank column. Great! For composing the range address of the relevant tracked amounts, we can use the address function, for which we only have to provide the sort min and sort max values and the correct column. So let's start the formula by making sure that the values are only returned for category items, and then build that range address using the address function to first calculate the starting cell address based on the sort min row, and the column number of the tracked name reference, which correctly returns K14 for the income category items, K20 for the expenses category items, and K31 for the savings category items. And then we make this a range address by adding a colon as text, and then another address statement, this time providing the sort max row and the column number of the tracked name reference. Let's push that updated formula to all the cells in that column, and there we have all the relevant range addresses for ranking the tracked amounts in the next column. To now rank the amounts in their respective section from highest to lowest, we start by focusing on category items only, and then use the rank function, for which we're gonna provide the tracked value of the respective row as the value to be ranked, and the tracked range address transformed into an actual range reference using the indirect function as the range to rank the value in. For the last optional argument, we're gonna provide a 0 as we want to rank the values in a descending order. And eventually, in case the item is not a category item, we simply return an empty string. And that way, we now have dynamically ranked the tracked category amounts within each section. For the income section, those items are already listed from highest to lowest, while for the expenses section, for example, the first rank is found for housing at the top, while the item with the second highest amount is not at the correct position, just like the third and fourth highest amounts. What's important to know is that the rank function will return the same rank for equal amounts, as you see here for all those items with rank 5. Down there in the savings section, we only have 2 items with a value greater than 0, which are adequately ranked first and second. For the ranking by budget, we can use the exact same formulas and only need to replace the tracked reference by the budget reference. So for the budget range, let's copy this over and adjust the column to be the budget column now. That returns the correct ranges like L14 to L16 or L20 to L28. And for the budget rank column, we again start by focusing on the category items only, and then gonna rank the budget value of the respective row against all the values from the range defined as budget range. The order will be descending, and the default value for all the non-category items is an empty string again. Once this formula is available in all cells of that column, we see that also for the budget, the income category items are already listed from highest to lowest, while for the expense category items we get a whole nother picture, with the highest budget item being listed at the top, but the item with the second highest budget currently listed at the bottom. And while the first 3 ranks are all unique, you can see how the 4th rank is returned twice for those equivalent budgets. And here's another interesting thing to learn about this rank function. Because it returned rank 4 twice, it does not assign rank 5 to any item, but instead assigns rank 6 to the next item to always realign the ranks with the number of ranked items. We can make the same observation for rank 6, which is also assigned twice, and therefore there is no rank 7. Now we only need to combine those 2 rankings into one combined rank that considers the tracked rank first, and for 2 equal tracked ranks, then considers the budget rank. For that, we first gonna simply add them together. Then with the next two columns, normalize them. And in the last step, make sure that every combined rank is unique. Again, we add a separating border to the right side of the section. And then define a dynamic name references for each individual column. Starting with the column comp rank. And remember to set the scope to this sheet only. Then the comp rank range. The comp rank norm. The comp rank norm run range, which is an extremely long name, I know, but I'm gonna explain that in a minute. And then eventually the comp rank unique. The combined rank is as simple as concatenating both these ranks together as a text string and transforming them into a number. Again, we focus on category items only, and then we use the number value function to transform the text string consisting of the tracked rank as the first part and the budget rank as the second part. And then return an empty string for all the non-category items. By simply adding the two ranks together with the tracked rank as the first part. When we now simply rank these combined numbers to normalize them, they will be first ranked by the leading digit representing the tracked rank, and for two items with the same tracked rank, like the 5 for example for these items with a 0 tracked value, it will then be ranked by their last digit, which represents the budget rank. So let's normalize them by first constructing the respective rank range for those comp rank values. In this formula again, we just need to replace the value within the column functions. And then for all category items, we apply the rank function to rank that composed comp rank number within its relevant range. But this time, since we are basically normalizing descending rank numbers, we need to sort from lowest to highest, so in an ascending order. Let's add a default empty string for the other item classes, hit enter, and push that formula to all the cells in that column. And that looks pretty good. We now have normalized ranks that cover both the tracked and budget rank in one number. And the only thing left to optimize about this combined and normalized rank is we need to make those ranks fully unique to resolve a situation like you see here, where the tracked and budgeted value are fully equal, and for that reason we get the same combined normalized rank. That means for these items we basically need a third ranking criterion that uniquely differentiates them from each other. So what we decide to do is that we're gonna go through these ranks from top to bottom, and once a rank appears a second time, then we just increment it by 1. Because as we know, that subsequent rank number has been automatically skipped by the rank function. Then in case it appears a third time, we increment that rank number by 2, for the fourth time by 3, and so on. That means when looking at the rank in here and counting how often it already has appeared, we are now only interested in this row and the rows above. So we're gonna compose what I call a run range that starts only covering the first category items row and increases as we move down. So in this row, the run range will be only this one cell. In this row, the run range will be these two cells. And for this last item, we finally take a look at the whole range. Let's copy over this range composition formula and at first adjust the column references to now reference the comp rank norm column. And then when looking at the row number in this first address statement, we can leave it as is, as each individual range should start in the first category items row. For the second address statement though, we're gonna make that row number dynamic by returning the row number of the row that we are currently in. And that produces exactly these running range addresses as intended, which always reference a range covering the row itself and all the previous category rows of that section. And with that being set up, we can then create fully unique ranks for the category items by returning the normalized combined rank plus a COUNTIF statement that takes a look at this run range and counts how often the rank of the current item appears. And since the appearance of that rank in the row itself is counted as well, we need to subtract 1, which then means whenever a rank appears the first time, this second part of the formula will be 1 minus 1, which equals 0, so the original rank stays the same, while for the second appearance of the rank, the second part will be 2 minus 1, which equals 1. For the third appearance it will be 3 minus 1, which equals 2, and so on. Let's add the default empty string for non-category items, close that statement, and add it to the whole column. And as you see for these two appearances of the rank 8 for example, the first one only counts the number of appearances in this range, which equals 1, and then 1 minus 1 equals 0, and the rank stays as is, while for the second appearance this range is considered containing the rank 8 two times, and thus 2 minus 1 equals 1, and the rank is incremented by 1. And that way we now have fully unique ranks in each individual section. Amazing! This unique rank is the final result of that whole ranking process, so we can temporarily hide all those columns with intermediate ranking steps. As mentioned earlier, the final column of that pre-calculation section will now be used to compute the sorted row ID, which basically is the row ID that each item actually should have in a sorted state. And we will use this column as a lookup column so that we can then go through every row, take its row ID, look it up in the sorted row ID column, and then return the respective item which actually should be at that position from the row for which we have found the lookup match. Let's not forget to add a border to visually separate this column from the upcoming columns. And as this column will be used as lookup column only, this is the only column in this whole pre-calculation section for which we don't need to define a dynamic name reference. Calculating the sorted row ID is probably one of the easiest calculations in this whole pre-calculation section, because if the item is a category, all we need to do is adding up the header row ID and this calculated rank. Which will cover the exact same range of values as the original category row IDs in each section, but in a sorted order. And then for all the other non-category items, we simply pass through the row ID so that they stay at the exact same position. Adding this formula to all the cells in that column will give us these sorted row IDs, which we can now use to print out all those items in a sorted order in this first column of the visible breakdown section. So the formula here will be, if the row is empty, just return an empty string. Otherwise, we use an index match statement for which we're gonna provide this item column J as the return array. And to figure out the row of the item we want to return, we use the match function to look up the row ID of the current row in that sorted row ID lookup column with the letter X. And in whatever row we find a match, that's the row from which we want to return the item. Let's close that statement, autofill it to all the cells in that column, and now you can see the first result of that multi-step ranking and sorting effort. Because now every section is printed out, but with the category sorted according to the ranks we have calculated. Take the expenses section for example. Here, housing is the first rank category as it has the highest tracked amount. And the second rank goes to the groceries category, which is now accordingly visible at the second position. So this has been successfully repositioned. And again, the way we got that value into this row was we first took a look at the default row ID in that row, then looked it up in that sorted row ID column to find the row of the item that should be at that position, and then returned that item name from column J. That's the whole formula magic. And of course, we now want to return the according tracked and budget amounts next to these sorted items. So let's jump into the next column, and we start that formula in a similar way by first checking if that row is an empty row, in which case we're gonna return an empty string. But then, instead of directly returning the according tracked amounts, we first need to artificially add a header in case the row is a header row. Because if you look at the raw tracked and budget data over here, there is no header value available here, unlike for the item values. So let's first check if that row is a header row and return an appropriate header like tracked in that case. And only otherwise we're gonna return the actual data from the tracked column using the index match statement. This time with the tracked column K as the return array, and to identify the correct row, we again look up the row ID in the sorted row ID lookup column as an exact match. And then close that statement and autofill it to the whole column. There we have those tracked amounts with a header and perfectly sorted within each section. And a quick comparison of category name and tracked value with the original data confirms that this is perfectly legit. Amazing! Adding the sorted budget amounts in the subsequent column will now be a no-brainer, as we can just copy over and reuse the formula from the tracked output column. All we need to adjust is the header name and of course the return column in that index match statement to the budget column L. Once that formula is pushed to the whole column, we can perfectly see how for equal tracked values, the items will then get sorted by the budget values as the second criterion. And yeah, that is pretty fantastic. And now that we have brought all the available data into the visible breakdown section, we are at a point where we can just hide those pre-calculation columns and continue on the actually visible part of that worksheet. Based on these visible tracked and budget columns, we now want to calculate the most important KPI values in those remaining columns of the breakdown section, which is which percentage of the defined budget has already been tracked, what amount is remaining from the defined budget, and finally, in case the budget is already exceeded, by how much. Let's start by defining dynamic name references for both this tracked and budget column. And to differentiate them from the original data in the pre-calculation section, we're gonna assign the prefix out for output underscore tracked. Set the scope to this worksheet only again, and as always, make the row relative. And then the same for the budget column. We're gonna call it out underscore budget, set the scope to this worksheet, and make the row relative as well. For the percentage column, we start the formula with the same pattern that we have already used for the tracked and budget columns, with an if statement to check if the row is an empty row and returning an empty string in that case. And then if the row is a header row, we're gonna return a custom header name. Let's take percentage completed, but in a shortened form to make it fit into the column. And eventually calculate the percentage value in case the row is a category or total row, as out underscore tracked divided by out underscore budget. And since we cannot guarantee that the budget is not 0, we need to wrap this inside an if error function to catch potential division by 0 errors, in which case you want to return a simple dash. Let's close that statement, hit enter, and autofill the formula to the whole column. And of course we need to change the number format into percentage. And there we go. Right now we are comparing the tracked values for January and February with the budget for the total year. So obviously these percentage values are quite low. Let's select January as the period. And there we see not only how the sections automatically get resorted, but also that we have already reached 100% for some of those categories in that specific month. When we jump to February, the percentage completed for income and expenses is much lower, while we seem to already have exceeded our budgeted allocation to our stock portfolio by a good amount. Before we take care of the next column, let's also define a dynamic name reference for this column, as we're gonna need this for the conditional formatting rules that we're gonna add to this section after setting up all the columns. We call this out underscore percentage underscore completed. Again, we set the scope to this worksheet and remove the $sign to make the row reference relative. Perfect. The next column will calculate the remaining amount of the budget that has not been tracked so far. And again, we start by setting empty rows to an empty string in this first if statement, and then the header rows to a custom header called remaining in the second if statement. And for category and total items, we then do the actual calculation, in which we first gonna check if the budget is still greater than the tracked value, and only if that is the case we're gonna return the difference between the budget and tracked value. In case we have exceeded that budget, this column's value will be set to 0, because any excess of a budget value will be covered in the next column. Let's close these if statements, hit enter, and autofill the formula to all the cells in that column. And there we have all the remaining amounts as the delta between the budget and the tracked values. And for the column that calculates the excess of the budget values, we can simply refactor this formula in the remaining column by changing the header name to excess, then reverse this check to identify cases in which the tracked value exceeds the budget, and in those cases we're gonna return a reversed version of that statement. So the tracked minus the budget amount to get the excess as an absolute value. With the selected period currently being set to the total year, it makes total sense that we haven't exceeded any of those budget values at that point. When we select January, we see that we have a few positions for which we exactly hit the 100%, and thus both the remaining and excess amount are both 0. But for February we have one position down in the savings for which we have tracked a higher amount in our sample data than originally budgeted, and consequentially we have this excess value displayed. As everything works perfectly from a calculation point of view, we can now focus on the visual design and formatting of that breakdown section. The first change we want to do is slightly reducing the font size for the whole section. Which leads to a more spaced and straightened out look. And in addition, let's set the vertical text alignment to the middle. Then for these 5 value columns, let's set the default horizontal text alignment to center, which is primarily relevant for the headers and the percentage column, because for all the absolute amounts in the tracked, the budget, the remaining and the excess column, we're gonna apply a standardized and clean accounting number format with 0 decimal places anyway. And as the last easy formatting step, we're gonna adjust the column sizes with a special focus on applying a uniform size for those 4 columns containing these absolute amounts. And once all that is applied, the section already looks so much cleaner. To bring this design to a whole nother level, let's dynamically format the header and total rows using conditional formatting rules. For that, let's select the whole section, then open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager, and then create 3 individual rules for the income, the expenses, and the savings header. For identifying the income header, we're gonna apply the same technique as we have done previously for other calculations. So we're gonna apply this rule to the row for which the row ID equals the income header row. And the style we want to apply is this beautiful green fill. And for the text, we're gonna make it bold and give it a white style. Just like this. Let's apply that first rule, and that income header appears in an entirely new light. Let's create the rules for the other 2 headers simply by duplicating that first rule, then adjusting the formula to now look for the expenses header row, and of course change the fill color to this beautiful red tone. And there we go. Eventually, let's jump into the last rule, in which we're gonna look for the savings header row. And as the color of choice, we again go with this beautiful blue. Let's confirm and apply those changes, and there we have our dynamically formatted header rows for the income, expenses, and savings section. Let's set this checkmark at stop if true to avoid unnecessary calculations and improve the overall performance of that sheet. And now the only thing missing on this full section level is the formatting of the totals. And here we're only gonna define one single rule for all the 3 total rows. To identify those total rows, we can use the isTotalInformation. And for the formatting, we're gonna set a bold font style and an automatically colored upper border. Simple as that. Let's confirm these choices and apply the rule to complement the existing design. Simply beautiful. Let's move that rule down and also set the checkmark here before we confirm and close that window, as now we are done with the general section design. The last feature we want to add to this breakdown section are progress bars and the dynamic coloring in the percentage completed column. For that, let's select the percentage completed column only and open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager. Here we still see the 4 rules that we have just defined for the whole section, but now with only the percentage completed column selected, we can add dedicated data bars for those percentage values. And for that, let's create a new rule. This time leave the rule type selected as this upper type called Format All Cells based on their values, and down below in the Format Style dropdown we can select Data Bar. And for a data bar we now have to define a minimum and maximum value. Let's go with number here to keep it simple and leave that value at 0. And for the maximum, we also select the type as number and enter a 1, which is equal to 100% as the value. Eventually, we need to define the fill color of the bar, and here we go with this lighter gray, so that there is still enough contrast between the percentage number and the data bar. Let's click OK and apply this newly defined rule. Currently you see that this data bar rule is applied for both the categories and totals. We're gonna move it down in the rule hierarchy, and please be aware that with the rule above for these total rows having that stop if true option checked, this data bar rule will no longer be applied for the total rows. You know, I personally prefer it that way as it visually differentiates that total row from the category rows. However, in case you wish to have these data bars also being displayed for the totals, simply remove that check mark from the stop if true option up there. With that being said, let's close that window, and we now perfectly see those data bars, which are quite tiny right now as we have selected a total year as our period to view, but when we change that to one of the 2 months for which we have some tracked data, we see a different picture, with those data bars now being much larger, covering up to 100% of the cell. You might remember that for February we had that one stock portfolio position for which the tracked amount exceeds the budget, and that perfectly shows you that the data bar is limited to 100% even if that percentage value itself goes much higher. Now, to visually highlight the case of reaching or exceeding the 100%, we're gonna introduce one additional coloring rule for each individual section. So let's select this column and open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager a last time for this breakdown section. And then start adding the first rule that will be applied when an income item has reached or exceeded the 100%. For this, multiple conditions have to be fulfilled. So we start with an AND statement that checks if the item is either a category or, at least if you wish to also cover those, a total. Then also makes sure that the budget is greater than 0. Then of course the percentage completed needs to be greater equal 1. And finally, to limit this rule to the income section only, the header row ID of the item needs to equal the income header row. If all those 4 conditions are met, then we want to color the cell in that mid-light green. Now, when we apply that rule directly without having the stop if true box checked, the data bar rule will still be applied and just prints the data bar on top. So to fix this, let's first move that rule down right above the data bar rule, and more importantly, check that box to stop the data bar rule from being applied in that case. And after that, only this beautiful green fill is visible for this 100% position. Amazing! For the expenses and savings section, we can again just duplicate this rule 2 times, move those duplicates down, and then adjust the second one to be only valid for items of the expenses section, and to color the respective cells in this mid-light red tone. Looks good to me. And eventually for the third rule, we're gonna adjust the formula to only be valid for items in the savings section, and set the fill color for that rule to this mid-light blue. Before we close that window, just as a quick reminder, in case you wish to have these coloring rules and the data bar rule apply to the total items as well, make sure that you uncheck the stop if true option for the formatting rule above that is applied to all the total rows. I'm gonna leave it checked for now and exclude the total rows from these rules as I think it's a bit cleaner, but you know, it's totally up to you. Let's click on OK to close that window. What a beautiful result! And even better, we can now watch the live impact of new records into this budget tracking sheet by displaying the tracking table and this budget breakdown side by side. For that, we only need to go to the View tab, then open a new window that automatically references the same live file, and in there we can then navigate to the budget tracking sheet. For such a new window, our current view and zoom settings are not retained. That's a bit unfortunate. So we need to first manually set the view settings to no grid lines and potentially adjust the zoom back to our default value. But then we can leave the full screen for this window, move that window to the right, and enlarge it until only the breakdown section is visible on the left. And eventually, I recommend to also leave full screen mode for that primary window and make sure it's positioned on the left. In the budget tracking sheet, let's make sure that we can see all the columns of that table. So we would need to reduce the size of that details column. But before we do that, let's check if those grouped tile elements will not be affected by changes in the underlying column sizes. For that, we have to make sure that for all these grouped tile elements, these properties are set to don't move or size with cells. That way the tiles will stay at their exact position, totally independent from changes in the column sizes. And we can also scroll a tiny bit to the right. So now that looks pretty good, and we are ready to add some new records. To provide a solid data foundation for creating the dynamic charts in our summary section of the dashboard in the next steps, we're gonna enter some records for all the defined categories over multiple months. And as we have hard-coded the current date to be the 15th of March, it makes sense to enter sample tracking data up until this point. As we currently have a few records with an effective date in January and February, and we want to start entering data with a focus on January, let's filter the effective date column to just display the existing records for January before we start adding new records here. For entering those sample records, you can just follow me along, or if you prefer, add whatever sample records you would like to have. Just make sure that you pretty much cover every defined category and also have some variation in how you under or overperform certain category or total budgets between the different months. As we enter these new records into this table, we can now instantly see the impact on the percentage completion and the remaining amounts in the breakdown section, which is pretty cool and helpful. Especially when you think about how you can use that later for tracking your real budgets for the current month, and then can use that as a monitoring tool to always know how much is there left to spend in each expense category and how much you are still supposed to earn and allocate to your savings. Once you're done with this first month, the breakdown section serves as your final performance evaluation against your originally set up budget. Now that we want to also add some additional tracking sample data for February, let's scroll over in the dashboard sheet to change the selected period to February. And in a similar way, in the budget tracking sheet, we're gonna change the effective date filter to now only display the corresponding February records only. Now, these existing records for February don't cover the first few days of the month, so why not add a few records right at the beginning of the month, as we can just easily bring them to their correct chronological position through sorting the date column at any time. And just like we did in January, we're gonna provide a paycheck position received at the end of the previous month that will be automatically effective and thus disposable in this month. One thing I also want to show you is the fact that even though we have implemented these data validations as drop-down lists, you can still type in the values directly. Obviously, only values from the drop-down list will be accepted, and this auto-completion is only available not before you have already entered the respective value before in that column. I think maybe for some of you, entering the data directly without leaving the keyboard might be the preferable way from time to time. So yeah, just do as you prefer. Now, after entering the records that are chronologically before the existing records, let's quickly sort this column from oldest to newest, and then we can just continue adding the remaining sample data for this month. The sample data that we have entered for February here is a good example of how only a small relative deviation from budgeted income and expenses has a tremendous impact on your savings potential, not only into the negative direction, like in this case, but of course also into the positive direction. Let's change the selected period in our dashboard to March now, for which we have not a single record in our tracking table yet. And for that reason, right now it is not possible to filter the effective date column to March records only, because we first need to provide at least one record for March before we can do that. So let's enter the paycheck from employment record here that's effective for March. And now we can filter down to that month to get this clean and focused view for our data entry. As already mentioned before, with our current date set to the 15th of March, we only want to enter sample tracking data up until this point. You can perfectly observe how the difference in days between the date of today and the date of the last record steadily shrinks as we enter new records. Later, when you track your actual money flows, it should be the goal to constantly keep that tracking lag in days as low as possible. With the last record having a date that is the same as our current date, that tracking lag is now down to 0 days, so technically these sample tracking data are now perfectly up to date, and we can just close that second window and maximize the primary window to full screen mode again. Before we start with the creation of the charts for the summary section in the dashboard, let's quickly jump over to the budget tracking sheet, which we have just edited in the other window. As you see, everything is just as we have left it before we closed that second window, and what I want to do now is removing that filter in the effective date column, then bringing all the records from all the months into chronological order by sorting the date column from oldest to newest. And since the overall table has grown a lot and we cannot see all the records at once anymore, it makes sense to select the first row here, go to the View tab, and click that Freeze Panes option for a smooth scrolling experience with a fixed header. Wonderful! Now let's move on to the creation of those beautiful category distribution charts. And here we're going to create the chart and chart area for the income type first, and then use that as a blueprint for the expenses and savings type. On this dashboard sheet, we start outlining the chart area that we want to cover 6 columns and 12 rows. For the outline, we're gonna open the advanced border options, select this midlight gray as the border color, and then add a border at the top, bottom, left and right of the selected area. In addition, that chart area also needs a title, for which we're gonna insert a text box and then type in income categories and in brackets tracked, as these distribution charts will be focused on the tracked data only. Let's format the text field by setting the font style to bold. Then right-click on the text box and open the Format Shape settings to remove both the fill and the line around that box. Then we make it a bit smaller and highlight the income part of that title to make it stand out through a different font color, like this beautiful green. Eventually, let's position the text box within that area somewhere in the top left with some distance to both those borderlines. And then close the settings area on the right and focus on the creation of the actual chart itself. And for that, we jump over to the calculations sheet. Make sure that we leave a little bit of space for the calculations that we're gonna put in here later for the dashboard KPI tiles. So down here in row 32, we're gonna create a section bar for these chart calculations by adding a gray top and bottom borderline. And then noting down that this section will contain the chart calculations for the category distribution charts. Let's add a little bit of formatting by changing the font color and making that first part bold. And with one empty row between, we can then start building up the chart data. To create a dynamic data foundation for such a circular category distribution chart, we need to define 3 columns. As we want to display the tracked categories sorted from highest to lowest amount, the first column will contain the rank numbers within their type. In this case, the type is income. Then the second column will contain the respective category names, and the third column will contain the amounts tracked for these categories. Let's adjust the size of that amount column and then quickly format these column headers by setting the font style to bold and adding a simple bottom border. Since we want to display a maximum of 6 positions in the chart, with the last position being a collective position that covers all the categories that haven't made it into the top 5, we're gonna add in rank numbers from 1 to 6 in that first column. And then with this last row selected, open the advanced border options and add a double-lined border at the bottom to separate the chart data from the totals calculation, and a dotted line at the top to separate this collective position from the single categories that are ranked top 5. Below that doubled line, we then add the label total and make both these cells text style bold. Also, let's select this whole section and set the text alignment to center. And that is it for this general formatting. Perfect. For the initial chart setup, we're gonna work with dummy data, as this will allow us to ensure that every data point will be displayed in the chart with a big enough size and thus can be formatted adequately. As dummy data for the category labels, we insert income 1 to 5, and for the last one, other. And for the amounts, we add the same amount of 1000 for each position so that every data point will be displayed in the chart with a big enough size. For the total amount, we then simply add 6000 for now, and eventually set the number format for those values to accounting with 0 decimal places. Great! As the data foundation for the expenses and savings chart requires a similar setup, let's quickly copy this over here with one empty column in between. Then we're gonna copy those 3 columns, but only to apply the same column sizes through choosing the Paste Special option and then selecting column widths. The only values that we're gonna change here are this first column header to expenses and the category dummy labels, which we can replace all at once by selecting them, then using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-H, and then entering income as the value to find and expense as the value to replace it with. Click Replace All. Perfect. And one last thing that we're gonna change is one of these dummy amounts to another number. This serves as a simple validation measure for us so that later we can automatically differentiate by the numbers which range of amounts we have currently referenced. And consequently, let's also adjust the total amount. Finally, let's copy over that expenses chart data section in order to also set up the data foundation for the savings chart. Again, we copy those columns to then paste special the column sizes Then, just like before, replace the first column header with Savings Now. Then change the dummy category labels to now contain Saving instead of Expense. And as the last step, change one of these 6 amounts and the total amount to make that set of amounts uniquely differentiable when we reference it. With these data sections set up, let's create the first chart for the income section. For that, we select the category and amount values of those 6 positions, then go to the Insert tab, and right there we select the donor chart type. When hovering over the single data points, we see that the first data point starts at 12 o'clock, and all the subsequent data points then just follow in a clockwise direction. Let's remove all the other chart elements and also format the chart area to have no fill and no borderline. And then we're gonna color these individual elements in different shades of green for these income categories. For the first and highest ranked category, we're gonna choose the dark shade of that green like this. And then for all the subsequent data points, we gradually assign lighter shades of green, so this one for the second rank category, then this mid-light green, the even lighter green, and for rank 5 the lightest green that we have in that color palette. And for the last position, which is the collective position named Other, we're gonna choose a light gray tone to visually differentiate it from all these single positions. And that's it for the design of that chart, so now we can take it and move it over to the dashboard worksheet by cutting and pasting it. In here, our first task is to make it fit in there by sizing it down and positioning it approximately where we want to have it in the end. However, we're probably gonna slightly readjust that position once we have also added the dynamic chart legend to this section. As preparation for this dynamic chart legend, we now need to adjust the column sizes for these 6 columns covering this chart section. To make sure that the title and chart elements are not moved or resized when we change the sizes of the underlying columns, let's select both, then right-click and click on Format Object to open the settings area on the right. And here we go to the Size and Properties tab in order to set the properties to, this time, Move but don't size with cells. The reason we leave that Move option activated is because once we have set up this income chart section, we want to duplicate and move it down with all its elements to set up the expenses and savings chart sections using the exact same design. Okay, for the column sizes, let's start with the separator column and make it a tiny bit wider. Then we select the first 2 columns that are covered by the category distribution chart and increase their size. While for the third column, we're gonna need to drastically reduce the size as this column will contain the colors in the legend. Then the subsequent column will be used to display the respective category labels. For that reason, let's increase the size to make the majority of the labels fit in here. And eventually, the column right next to it will contain the tracked amounts assigned to each category, and for that purpose the column size is almost perfect and only needs a slight adjustment. The last column will not contain any content and will serve as padding to keep enough space between the content and the right border. And then column AL will be used as separator column between this and the following chart section, and thus only requires little space. Great! For a uniform appearance for all these chart sections, we're gonna copy those 6 columns and then over here, right-click and paste special the column widths only. Once that is done, we can start building up the dynamic chart legend. And as already mentioned before, this title column right here will contain the colors, this wider column will contain the category labels, and then this third column will contain the respective tracked amounts. And the good news are we have both the labels and the corresponding amounts already set up in the calculation sheet, so we can just reference the first category label cell as a relative reference with no dollar signs, because this will allow us to add the references to all the other labels and amounts by using this autofill handle. With all these cells selected, let's reduce their font size to 9. And then for the category labels, we're gonna add a little indent to create some spacing between the labels and the colors that we're gonna add on the left in a second. Then for the tracked amounts, we set the number format to the usual accounting format with 0 decimal places. And finally, to make that total row stand out, we set the font style to bold and also add a dotted upper borderline. That looks pretty good. So let's continue with the legend colors in these cells that will correspond to the colors that we have used in the donut chart. As we only want to display a legend color for those positions that are visible in the chart, so for those categories with a tracked amount greater than 0, we're not gonna directly set the fill of that cell, but instead make it conditionally based on if the category label right next to it is empty or not. Because later when we replace those dummy values with actual calculations, only the categories with a tracked amount greater than 0 will be displayed as non-empty cells here. So with this first color cell selected, we're gonna create a new conditional formatting rule that will only be applied in case the category label right next to it is non-empty. Please make sure that the cell reference here is a relative cell reference with no dollar signs. If that category label cell is not empty, we then want the fill color for this first legend position to be the same color that we have used for this first ranked category in the donut chart, which was this darker green. And there it is. Just to show you, if we had no income category with a tracked amount greater than 0, then even this first position would be empty, and in that case the corresponding legend color would disappear. To generate the conditional formatting rules for the other 5 rows, we can now select those 6 cells, then open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager, and duplicate this initial rule 5 times. After this, we have 6 rules that currently all apply to this first cell that has the address AH16. To now make the second rule apply to the second cell in row 17, in order to display the color of the second data point, let's adjust the row number for this applies to value. And since we have defined that cell reference in the rule itself as a relative reference, this will automatically adjust to now also reference row 17 once we open it. So there is nothing to adjust in that formula, and we can directly jump into the format settings to change the fill color to this shade of green that we have used for the second data point in the donut chart. Perfect. We can then repeat that process for the other 4 rules, setting the row number to 18, opening the formatting rule window to set the color to this mid-light green, and then pressing the Apply button. For the 4th position, the relevant row is 19, and the corresponding fill color is this even lighter green. Then row 20 with this super light green, and finally row 21 that relates to this collective position named Other. And for that reason, we'll have this light gray as the corresponding fill color. Once we apply all these defined rules, all the legend colors are now available and look super clean. To give you a little preview on how it would look with the actual income categories in here, as we only have 3 defined categories with tracked amounts, there would only be 3 positions with non-empty category label cells, and thus only the first 3 legend colors would be displayed. Great! Now with this dynamic chart legend setup, let's readjust the position of the donut chart to align it with the top edge of the legend. And then we can move it horizontally until we find a position we like. As I mentioned before, this initial setup of the income category distribution chart section will serve as the blueprint for the other 2 chart sections for expenses and savings. So to create the expenses category distribution chart section, let's select this whole range and copy it down here with one separator row in between. As you see, the references got a bit messed up, but we're gonna fix that in a second. First we start by adjusting the title to now contain expenses in a red font color. Next, we're gonna change the references for both the chart and the legend area to the expenses data table in the calculation sheet. But one thing I recommend to do before you change the underlying data reference of any chart is to open your general Excel options. Then in the Advanced tab, scroll down to the Chart section, and in there you will find this option called Properties Follow Chart Data Point for Current Workbook. And this checkbox needs to be unchecked, so deactivate it, as with this option activated, Excel resets the complete formatting of a chart whenever it is connected to a new data source. With that being said, let's change the underlying data for this chart to no longer reference these income positions, but these expense positions instead. Since we have slightly mutated the amounts with the other position being set to 2000, we can instantly verify in our chart that the connection to the new data source was a success. And similarly, we're gonna update the initial cell in this legend area to now refer to this first ranked expenses category label as a relative reference. So we can use the autofill handle again to update all the cell references for the category labels and amounts. To restore the original formatting, let's just select the respective range in the income chart section, activate the Format Painter tool, and apply it to this section down here. Amazing! Now the only thing left to do is changing the chart and legend colors to the usual red color palette for expenses. For the chart, that means clicking onto every single element and changing the fill color to the corresponding red shade. So this darker red for the first data point, this main red tone for the second data point, then this mid-light red, the even lighter red, and the super light red for the last individual category. And we're gonna leave this light gray for the other position just as is. Then for these legend color cells, we select all 6 cells and open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager. Since the cell references in the Applies To field and the formula itself have been automatically adjusted correctly, all we need to update is the fill color for those first 5 rules to their respective red counterpart. So for this first rule again, this darker red, which once applied is instantly visible in the worksheet. Then this main red tone for the second rule, this mid-light red for the next rule, then this even lighter red, and finally this lightest of those red tones for the fifth rule. Just like we did for the chart, we're gonna leave this light gray color in the last rule as is. And that's it for this expenses category distribution chart section. Now we're gonna repeat that whole process one more time for the savings category distribution chart, starting with the copy and pasting of the expenses section right over here, then adjusting the title to now contain savings with a blue font color, then updating the references for the chart and legend area. So for the chart area, we're gonna change the reference to these savings positions, for which we again can verify the correct update of the data source through this mutated amount of 3000, which as you see is now correctly represented in the chart. And for the dynamic chart legend, we only need to update this initial cell reference for the first rank category, and then can just autofill all the other values and copy over the formatting from one of the other sections. Eventually, we update the chart color palette to these blue tones, going from a darker blue to this super light blue, with the light gray of the last data point staying as is. And similarly, for the legend colors, we select all 6 of these cells, open the Conditional Formatting Rules Manager, and since those cell references all have been automatically adjusted again, we only need to update the individual fill colors of those rules to their blue counterparts. What a beautiful result! Now that we have set up all 3 of these sections, you might want to re-evaluate and adjust the position of all these donut charts within their respective section, and if that's the case, you can just select all 3 of them and use your arrow keys to apply uniform positional adjustments. While these dummy data were perfect for setting up the design and formatting of these charts and the dynamic chart legends, we should now move on to replace them with actual data. So let's jump over to the calculations sheet, select all dummy data in every data table, and delete it. Then we're gonna start by setting up the formula for the amounts first. As the amounts that we want to bring in here are those tracked in the currently selected period, it makes sense to select a period in the dashboard that has tracked amounts available for all 3 sections. So let's change the selected period to February, for example. And as we want to display the categories in the same sorted order that we have already applied in the breakdown section, we can leverage synergies by making use of the already existing pre-calculations in those hidden columns. As a lookup column, we're gonna need the sorted row ID column again, and we can hide all these intermediate calculations this column is built on. And to bring in the tracked amounts in the correct order, this time we will not make use of the row ID as the lookup value, but instead build a lookup value based on values that we have available in the data table in the calculation sheet. One number that we have available across all worksheets is the header row number of the respective section, which is also referenced here and has the value 9 for the income section. And this number, added together with the ranks from 1 to 5 that we have defined in the data table in the calculation sheet, will produce us lookup values that allow us to look up the corresponding row in this lookup column and then return the tracked amount from that row. So for example, 9 plus 1 looked up in here will return that row, from which we then return the tracked amount. Then 9 plus 2 looked up in here will return the row of the second highest tracked amount, and so on. So let's jump over and build this index match lookup. We start with the index function, for which we need to select the return array as the first argument. Since this formula is for the tracked amounts, we jump over to the budget dashboard and select column K that contains all those tracked amounts as an absolute reference with $signs. To figure out the row from which we want to return the tracked value, we insert a match function, for which we then construct the lookup value as the income header row plus whatever rank is specified for that respective position in the data table. So for this first position here, for example, the composed lookup value is 9 plus 1, so 10, and then by looking up that value in the sorted row ID lookup column with the letter X as an exact match, we will get the value from the respective row returned. And when we autofill that formula to all the 5 category positions, you see that we get a value for the first 3 positions, while the last 2 produce an NA error, as we only have 3 income categories defined. To avoid that error in case the number of defined categories is smaller than the rank number in that first column, let's extend that formula by putting the main statement into an if function. And that if function makes sure that in case that rank number is greater than the number of elements in the table that has the name income, then we avoid that NA error by simply returning an empty text string. And only if that is not the case, we then return the main formula. Great, so that solves this issue. Now there is one additional requirement that we want a category to fulfill in order to become visible in this dynamic chart legend. And that is that the tracked value for that category has to be greater than 0. Because with the current setup, a category would still be displayed in this chart legend even though nothing has been tracked for that category at all. So to exclude those 0 value categories as well, let's add another if statement inside here that first checks if that return value from the index match formula equals 0, in which case we also want to return an empty text string, and only if that is not the case, we're going to return the actual returned value. With that, we have completed the formula for returning the greatest 5 track category amounts. And then for cases where we have more than 5 categories defined, the tracked amounts for any category that didn't make it into the top 5 is then collected in this last position. Instead of directly calculating that collective position with a complex formula, let's make life easy and retrieve the total value first, because that value is already available in the pre-calculations of our dashboard worksheet and can be identified by looking up the income total row in this lookup column. And just to remember, the income total row name reference is nothing more but a name reference that returns the row number of that total item here in this initial budget planning sheet. So we can basically use the same index match lookup statement that we have used for the top 5 category amounts and just replace the lookup value with this income total row in order to get the total tracked value for all the income categories. And that works perfectly. Having both the total amount and the amounts of the top 5 categories available in here, we can now easily calculate the amount of all the other categories by taking this total amount and subtracting the sum of those top 5 amounts. So that value minus the sum of those 5. Now, since we have only 3 income categories defined, that other amount is obviously 0. But when we're going to transfer these calculations to the expenses section later, you will see that the other amount position will come into effect. In cases like here, with this position equaling 0, we also want to hide it by returning an empty string instead. And only in case it is not a 0, we want to return the actual amount. That is everything we need for these amount values, and now we also want to display the corresponding category labels for these top 5 and then also the label Other for the collective position. For retrieving the correct category labels that correspond to these highest tracked amounts, we can use the same index match statement as in the amount formula. The only thing we need to adjust is the column in the dashboard worksheet from which we're going to return the value. And as you see, that perfectly returns the corresponding category labels for that displayed amount. The great thing is, for this category column, we don't need to implement the logical structure for when to display or hide a value, as we can just take a look at the corresponding amount value, and in case that one is empty, we simply return an empty string for the category label as well. And only if a tracked amount is returned in that column, we know, okay, so obviously we have a category defined for that rank, and the tracked amount has to be greater than 0, so we can return the respective category label using that index match statement without any worries. Let's add this formula to all the top 5 positions, and for the last collective position down here, we're gonna apply the same check if that collective amount is an empty string, in which case we're also gonna return an empty string, and only if that amount cell is not empty, we're gonna display the label Other. Amazing! That was the whole process for linking this underlying chart data table to the actual tracked data. And now we can just copy those 7 rows to apply the same formula logic to the expenses chart table. As you see, those relative cell references inside this worksheet have been perfectly transferred and now reference the correct cells in this expenses data table. The only adjustments we need to implement are first in the amount formula, replacing this reference to the income table with the expenses table, and changing both these name references to expenses header row, then in the category formula, also changing this name reference to expenses header row, and finally, after adding that updated formula to the top 5 rows, we take a look at the total amount formula, for which we also, in order to calculate the correct value for this collective position, gonna change this name reference to expenses total row. That looks pretty good. Let's just take a look at the breakdown section in the dashboard to validate if those top 5 category labels and the amount for all the remaining categories of currently 460 are legit. And as you see, those top 5 positions are exactly the same as listed in this breakdown, and the tracked amount for all the remaining categories sums up to 460. Perfect. That means the dynamic data retrieval into this chart data table works perfectly fine, and we can continue copying these formulas over to the savings chart data table. Here, of course, we're going to implement the same adjustments, first in the amount formula, updating this table reference to savings, and those 2 name references to savings header row, Then in the category formula, also changing this name reference to savings header row. And finally, after adding this updated formula to the top 5 rows, we adjust the total amount formula to now look up the savings total row for retrieving the savings total tracked amount. With this updated total value, this collective position here has now correctly vanished, and let's quickly validate if those saving amounts match what we can find in the breakdown section. And that looks great. Seems like everything in those chart data tables is now working perfectly fine. So we can hide those pre-calculation columns again and take a look at the final state of those category distribution charts. These charts now perfectly visualize the actual tracked data for the selected year and period. So when we change the selected period to January, the charts update correctly. And the same for March. In that case of March, we have nothing tracked for the savings, so this chart area down there is empty as expected. And when we select total year, we get the most representative visualization of the category distributions, as the monthly deviations are getting more balanced out. Beautiful. We have come a long way to create the current state of this interactive budget dashboard, which is already super powerful and exciting. But let me tell you, this final chart that we're gonna build next to display the tracked versus budget amounts over time is probably one of the coolest and most flexible Excel charts I have built so far. So let's get straight into it. For this chart, we start by creating a similar chart section that is separated from its surroundings through some mid-gray borderlines. At the top, bottom, left, and right. And of course, we also need a chart section title, so let's just copy over this text box and replace the current text with tracked versus budget. And the budget part in brackets, as we want to be able to completely hide the budget values with one click in this chart. Now, to bring this title into the exact same relative position as the other titles within their sections, let's position this text box a bit lower than this text box and a bit further to the right when compared to this text box. Because that allows us to at first select both these, then go to the Shape Format tab and click on the Align Top option. With multiple elements selected, this will align all the elements to the vertical position of the highest positioned element. And then we select these two and click on the Align Left option in order to align the new title text box to the horizontal position of the savings chart title. That way, this new text box is now placed at the exact same relative position within its section as the other titles. And with that initial chart section set up, let's jump over to the Calculations worksheet and start building the Chart Calculations section for this final tracked versus budget chart. Just like for the other chart calculations, we create a similar header with the title Chart Calculations Tracked versus Budget Chart. And below that section header, we leave some space of 6 empty rows that we're gonna need for setting up the interactive checkboxes later. And then in row 54, we start creating the header row of the chart data table. Let's change the text style for this row to bold and centered. And then we're gonna define a lot of column headers which will explain themselves during the chart data setup. The first column is called Month. The second column, Type. Then we have another column for the month number. Then some binary columns for if the data row is in focus, if the type of the data row is visible or hidden, and if the remaining budget in that data row is visible or hidden. Then of course we need to bring in the tracked amount and budget value and calculate the delta between them. Let's scroll a bit up to optimize some of these column sizes. And all the columns that we have defined so far are basically the input columns for the actual data columns of the chart area. Those actual data columns will be 3 data columns for the selected periods that we want to put into focus, and those columns are named in budget, remaining, and excess. And then we're going to have the same 3 data columns for those periods that are not in focus. Let's transfer over the column sizes, rename this header to periods not in focus, and change the fill color to gray. To visually separate this header from the data, let's eventually add a simple bottom border here. And in addition, since we're only going to need those 2 and the chart data columns for the initial chart setup with some dummy data, let's temporarily hide those in between input columns before we start working on the data. Since we want to have the data displayed for every month of the selected year, let's start by creating the first month as a full date using the date formula, for which we pass the selected year as year, then 1 for January as the month, and 1 as the day. For each month, we're gonna need 4 rows, of which the first 3 rows will be for the income, expenses, and savings data bar. And the row number 4 will be an empty row that will serve as a visual separator in our chart. So let's merge those 4 cells together in order to display the month for all 4 rows at once. Align it to the middle, and eventually format this full date to only display the first 3 letters of this month's name. Then, as already indicated, we're gonna add income, expenses, and savings to specify the type of each row, and then we leave the last row empty. To separate the data for each month from each other, let's also add a bottom border below these first 4 rows, and also let's set the general text alignment to center. For setting up the actual chart, we again want to make sure that each element is visible in the chart with a big enough size, so that we can format it adequately. And for that reason, we set each cell in those 6 columns and 3 rows to the same value of 1000, for example. Let's change the number format to our usual accounting format with 0 decimal places. And after that, we select all those 4 rows, including this empty separator row, and autofill these values to all other months simply by double-clicking onto the autofill handle. That's the initial data setup that we need for inserting the chart. Before we insert that chart, let's make sure that we have the full range selected. Then we go to the Insert tab, open this bar chart section, and in there we choose the stacked column chart that looks like this. As a quick explanation, in this chart, each stacked bar with its 6 elements represents one row in our data. That means this lowest level element in each bar comes from this first column, the second lowest element from the second column, and so on. So the 3 elements at the lower part represent the period in focus data, while the upper 3 elements represent the data for when the period is not in focus. The first crucial adjustment we want to make in this chart is heavily reducing the gap between those individual bars, which already makes this much more pleasant to look at and instantly makes us as the viewer understand which bars probably belong to the same period. As the next step, we're gonna get rid of all the unnecessary chart elements like this title, which we have already covered in the chart area itself, then the chart legend, which we also not need once we have applied our super intuitive and self-explanatory coloring, and finally the horizontal grid lines in order to reduce the general visual complexity. After that, we want to bring in the month's names to the x-axis, with each of these names only displayed once for each group of bars, just like we have already set it up in this column. But before we add this column to the chart data, I recommend to make sure that the axis type is set to text axis. Because even though these month labels are fundamentally set up as dates, we don't want them to be interpreted as dates, as this messes up the whole chart. So make sure that the axis type is set to text axis, and after that you can go to the Chart Design tab, select Data, and then edit these horizontal axis labels by inserting the whole month column. You can perfectly see how these values are now taken at their face value, exactly how we have formatted them. And since in this merged areas in the month column the visible value is only stored in the top cell, we can see that each month's name only appears once and has 3 subsequent empty labels after it. Let's hit enter, and the result speaks for itself. This is the exact axis labeling that we intended to create, with one label for each respective group of bars. Let's continue with the coloring of those data elements. And this is the first time that we need to talk in detail about the content and the general concept of this chart, and especially the meaning of each element within these different stacked bars. For each month we have 3 stacked bars. The first one represents the income, the second one the expenses, and the third one the savings. In each of these bars we now want to show how big is the amount that we have tracked that is still within our budget, then if the tracked amount is still lower than the budget, how much of that budget is remaining, or alternatively in case the tracked amount exceeds the budget, by how much is the budget exceeded. Depending on whether the month is part of the selected period or not, we either gonna make use of the lower 3 elements in that stacked bar, which will be in color to visually represent the focus, or the upper 3 elements to make them fade into the background. So you gotta understand that once we link this chart to the actual data, each stacked bar will only display 2 of those 6 elements at the very most. Well, let's start coloring the upper 3 elements in each bar first, as each of these 3 upper elements represents the data of the periods that are not in focus, and for that reason should visually fade into the background. The best colors to achieve that effect is using different shades of gray, all of them being relatively light but still distinguishable from each other. And what's also important with these passive gray tones, we won't visually differentiate between income, expenses or savings, as there would be no additional value. We start with the color for this first element that belongs to the in-budget column in our data. And as a starting point, let's select that lighter gray, but we're gonna adjust it a tiny bit to make it even lighter. Something like this. Then the element representing the remaining budget should be way lighter, so let's jump in here and use the gray tone that we have just customized as a starting point, as this allows us now to click on more colors, and in this advanced color window we can now manually modify the color and see exactly how it differentiates from the starting point color reference. I think this gray tone sets itself apart sufficiently from the in-budget gray tone, so we can click OK and continue with the element that represents the excess of the budget. And again, we start by setting it to the in-budget gray and then customize it to now be darker instead of lighter. That looks good to me, so we confirm. And now we are halfway through this coloring job, you might think, but unfortunately, like the French would say, au contraire. Because coloring the lower three elements for the periods in focus will take a bit more effort, but I guarantee the end result will be totally worth it. We start by coloring the lower three elements of all stacked bars using the green income color palette. So for the in-budget elements, let's choose this main green tone. Then for the remaining elements, we again choose a super light shade of the color. And eventually for the excess element, we go with a darker green tone. Of course, only the first of these three bars in each month actually represents the income, while the second bar always represents the expenses and for that reason should actually be using the red color palette, and the third bar represents the savings and should actually be using the blue color palette. But since in Excel, when setting the color for a data series, we need to decide between either formatting the whole data series at once or instead only single data points, we have now at least set the coloring for all the income bars in each month and only need to individually change the colors for the expenses and savings elements. Let me show you the correctly colored target design for each month using this first month as a blueprint. For the second bar, we set the in-budget element to this main red, then the remaining element to this light red, and the excess element to this darker red. And the same for the savings. First, this main blue for the in-budget element, then this light blue for the remaining amount, and this darker blue for the excess amount. And this is the exact target design that we want to apply for all the months now. So we have to change the colors of 6 individual elements for each month. My personal recommendation for the most efficient procedure here: start coloring the same element in all months at first, as this makes both the selection of the elements and the intuitive choice of the correct color way simpler. So we start with this in-budget expenses element and set it to this main red tone for all the periods. Then we continue with the remaining expenses element and set the color to this light red for all the periods. After that, we finalize the expenses bar by setting the color for the excess element to this darker red for all the periods. And then we repeat that process for the savings bars, starting with the in-budget element for which we set the color to this main blue, then the remaining element with this light blue, and finally the excess element with this dark blue. Now that has been a lot of manual work, but we have now successfully created the visual foundation for this chart and can now continue with dynamically connecting it to the actual data. For this, let's delete all those dummy data. And just to give you a quick preview of how beautiful this chart will look like when we connect it to real data, let's just enter an in budget and a remaining value for income, expenses and savings. And that gives us this stunning and intuitive visualization of how tracked amounts with some remaining budget will look like. And when we assume that this period is not in focus, then the same data would just appear over here instead, fade it into the background through these smooth shades of gray. Okay, let's delete these again and unhide those columns in between to build up the calculations that produce these results for the actual data. As the initial step, we will enter calculations into the columns from month number to delta. And as we're gonna use the autofill functionality a lot, I recommend to first check in one of the columns if the bottom border of the header row is copied over together with the value, which is something we actually don't want to have. If you don't experience that behavior, you can just move on, but in case you face the same issue, this is probably caused by the way that this simple bottom border option we used is implemented. And we can avoid this behavior by removing the border again and then setting it via the advanced border settings. It seems this way it is only defined as the bottom border for this row and not automatically as an upper border for the subsequent row as well. Okay, perfect. As mentioned before, all those columns from the type column to this delta column will be used for generating the input for the calculations in our 6 chart data columns. For that reason, I recommend taking the time to add dynamic name references for each of these columns, as this will make the final formulas in the chart data columns super intuitive and easy to understand. So let's do this and start with the type column, and to differentiate it from the other name references that we have already defined in our main sheets, we add the prefix CC to the name, which stands for chart calculation, and then underscore type. Then the scope to this worksheet only, and finally make the row reference relative by removing the $sign in front of the row number. Next, we define the name CC month number, set a scope to this worksheet, and make the row reference relative by removing the $sign. Then we continue with CC in focus for the in focus column, then CC show type for the show type column, and CC show remaining budget CC tracked CC budget and eventually CC delta. Once we are done, every relevant column is accessible in the same row via these dynamic name references, and that will make life a lot easier for the final calculations in those 6 chart data columns. Great! To prepare us for the retrieval of the correct tracked and budget data for each month, we need to extract the month number from the underlying date in the month column. And as you might remember, for this merged cell range, the visible value is always only stored in the top cell. So in that first row for the income, we can just reference the cell in the same row. For the other 2 rows for expenses and savings though, we need to manually adjust that reference to also refer to the top cell in that merged cell area. After setting this up for the first month, however, we can just select those 4 cells and double-click the autofill handle to automatically generate the month numbers for all the other months. When we move to the next column, the in-focus state of a month will decide about whether that month will be displayed in color or visually move to the background by being displayed in gray. A month should be set to be in focus whenever either the selected period is total year, so every month of that year should be displayed in color, or if the selected period is that specific month. So let's set up the formula for this as if selected period equals total year. Then return a 1 no matter what. Otherwise, the selected period is a specific month and we need to check if it equals the month number. If that is the case, we also gonna return a 1, and only if both these conditions are false, then we're gonna return a 0. Let's add this to the other two rows, and then with all 4 cells selected, let's fill that formula to all other months. As the selected period is currently set to be total year, this value is 1 for every month. When we change the selected period to a specific month, however, only that month is still set to 1, while all the other months now display a 0. So later in our chart data columns, we can use this in focus value as a switch to either display our data in the first 3 columns or the last 3 columns. The next column, that is called show type, will also act as a switch in the chart data column calculations to either display or completely hide the data of any of the 3 types. We want to make the visibility of each type controllable via checkboxes. And to set up these checkboxes, let's create some labels first up here that say show income, show expenses, and show savings. We format the text to be bold and a bit smaller. And we're gonna add a Boolean value like true for each of them, also with a slightly reduced font size. And all we need to do now in order to convert these Boolean values up there into a switch for each data row that is related to the respective type is starting the formula with 1 times that respective Boolean value. Here the relevant Boolean value is the show income one. We also make sure that the reference is an absolute reference with $signs. And that's it. We only need to create a similar formula for the other 2 types. So let's enter 1 times this show expenses Boolean value as an absolute reference, and finally for the savings type, 1 times the show savings Boolean value as an absolute reference. And once this is set up for the first month, we can again just select those 4 cells and push this formula to all the other months. And now when we set one of these Boolean values to false, the show type value for that type is set to 0 for all the months. To now bring in some actual checkboxes to directly control those Boolean values up there, let's go to the Developer tab, which you can enable in the Excel options in case it is not visible. And in there we can click on Insert, and in the Form Control section select the checkbox element, which we then insert right here. Let's change the label to Income, and then right-click on it and open the Format Control window, which now allows us to connect this checkbox to this Boolean value. When we hit Enter, the Boolean value is instantly dependent on the checkbox state, which means we now have full control over the income rows in that show type column. Let's duplicate that checkbox twice to create an expenses checkbox that controls the show expenses Boolean value, and similarly the savings checkbox to control the show savings Boolean value. Perfect. Let's position these checkboxes right above the show type column for now. And then we can continue with the show remaining budget column. The value in this column will also serve as a switch, this time to either hide or display the chart data columns for the remaining budget. For this, let's create another Boolean value up there that has the label show remaining budget that we initially set to true. And as this switch will not make any difference between the individual types or months and is the same for all the data rows, we can just enter 1 times that Boolean value, make it an absolute reference, then autofill it to the other 2 types, and eventually, with these 4 cells selected, push it to all the other months. And to also make that switch controllable via a checkbox, we duplicate one of the existing checkboxes, change the label to budget, and link it to the respective Boolean value. Perfect! Now the state of the checkbox is instantly available in every data row. To retrieve the tracked and budget data per type for each individual month, we're gonna take some inspiration from the approach that we have used in this hidden pre-calculation section of the budget dashboard. Let's first take a look at the formula that we have used to calculate the tracked values for the category and total items. In here, we have differentiated between 4 possible cases, all of which use a different combination of conditional array filters applied to the columns of this tracking table. That way we were able to sum up only the relevant amounts. In this nested if statement, we first checked if the respective item is a total or category item, and then in the second level if statement, if the selected period is total year or alternatively a specific month. For the tracked value in our tracked versus budget chart now, we are only interested in the total amounts for each type, which directs our focus to these 2 upper cases. And we are not interested in the amount for the total year, but instead want to calculate the tracked amount for each respective month. That means the second case formula right here is the closest to what we need for the tracked values in our chart data. We only need to adjust some of the filter values. So let's copy this over, insert it into this first cell of that column, and then we go through the different parts of that formula step by step. In here, we also want to build the sum over the values in the amount column of the tracking table, so we leave that first part as is. Then for filtering down to the correct type, we now want to do this based on the type that we have defined in the type column here. Then, as we are interested in the months of the selected year, we can leave the next part as is as well, and only need to adjust this final month filtering to not be based on the selected period, but instead be based on the respective month number available in each row as CC month number. And that's it. When we add this formula to the expenses and savings rows, you see the amounts automatically adjust as each of them is filtered down to the relevant type of each row. And in the same way, when we now select these 4 cells and push that formula to all the other months, the amounts are filtered down to the respective month numbers and accurately represent the total tracked amounts per type and month. For retrieving the budget values per type and month, let's also take a look at what we have done for retrieving these values in the pre-calculation section of the dashboard worksheet. In the main formula here, we used the index function to return a value from a multi-row and multi-column array defined as the columns E to EM in the budget planning sheet. So basically all these columns. To identify the exact cell in that array from which we want to return the value, we needed to provide a row and column number. For the row number, we have provided the row ID, which basically represents all the row numbers of the relevant header, category and total items in the budget planning sheet. For our chart now, we are only interested in the total items, so here we could easily just provide either the income total row, the expenses total row, or the savings total row. And to identify the correct column number, what we have done in this formula was using the match function to look up either the selected year number, if the selected period is total year, or otherwise a composed date with the selected year and selected period, since these month headers have full dates as their underlying values. The lookup row is E9 to EM9, and we want to find an exact match. Now, when we think about our chart, we are only interested in looking up the column number of each respective month, for which we have the month number available, and thus can dynamically compose the respective full date that is required. That means in this match statement, we could now directly use a composed date like this as the lookup value and can basically throw out this whole if statement part before. So let's copy over this formula into the first cell of that budget column. Then we bring this all into the same line. And now for the row number argument, we can directly reference the total row number of the respective type. So the income total row for this first row. And then to identify the correct column, we can remove the if statement and directly use the composed date as lookup value to look up the column of the relevant month. In that composed date, we keep the selected year, but then for the month argument, we provide the respective month number representing the month in each row. When we hit enter, this returns the total income budget value for January, which can be confirmed after taking a quick look at the budget planning sheet. When we add this formula to the rows for expenses and savings, the value stays the same as we haven't adjusted the name reference in the row argument. To get the expenses total budget, we need to change this to expenses total row. And for the savings total budget, we need to change this to savings total row. And that is it. We can just select those 4 cells, and with a double click onto the autofill handle, the formulas are successfully pushed to all the other rows and now return the total income, expenses and savings budget amount in each individual month. That is amazing and allows us to now calculate the delta between these two values as CC budget minus CC tracked. Let's push this formula to all the data rows. And as a final step, let's set these columns to have the same accounting number format with 0 decimal places. And also jump over to the budget dashboard worksheet to hide those pre-calculation columns again. Wonderful! We are now well prepared to build up the calculations in our 6 chart data columns based on all these available input values. So let's get right into it. In the In Budget column, we basically want to display the tracked amount, but with the limitation that this value can only get as high as the budgeted amount. And whenever the budget is exceeded, the excess amount then goes into the excess column. So to display the tracked amount with the budget amount as the upper limit, we can simply return the minimum of CC tracked and CC budget. Because in case the tracked amount is still below the budget, then this tracked amount is returned, and in case the tracked amount exceeds the budget, then the budget amount is returned as the upper limit. So you can see for the total income in January, the tracked value exceeds the budget, and for that reason the returned value is limited to the budget amount, while for the expenses, for example, the tracked value is still below the budget amount, and thus the tracked value itself is returned. And eventually, for the savings, the tracked value exceeds the budget again, and thus the returned value is limited to the budget amount. Whenever the tracked value is below the budget amount, which means the delta value is positive, then we want to return the remaining delta in this remaining column. So let's set up an if statement that checks if CC delta is greater than 0, like it is the case for the expenses in January, for example. And if that's true, then we want to return that CC delta value as the remaining budget amount. And otherwise, we simply set it to 0. As you see, this produces a 0 for both the income and savings, as there is no remaining budget here. But for the expenses, we have a remaining budget amount of 100 that is now also visible here in the chart in this light red color. In a similar way, we want to return the delta in the excess column whenever the tracked value exceeds the budget amount. That means if CC delta is negative, so smaller than 0, we want to return the absolute value of that CC delta as the excess amount. And otherwise 0. This gives us an excess value of 200 for the income and 300 for the savings, which are instantly visible in these darker shades of their respective colors in the chart. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I think this is just a beautiful visualization of so many information at once. And if our goal would be a static, non-interactive chart, we could now just push these formulas to all the other data rows and call it a day, as we have the tracked and budgeted values beautifully visualized for every single type in every month of the selected year. But since we want to also build in our dynamic switch values to make both the coloring dynamic based on the selected period and also control the visibility of the individual chart elements through our checkboxes, let's go one step back and make our existing formulas dependent on these values called InFocus, ShowType, and ShowRemainingBudget. Let's quickly talk about the desired effect we want each of these switches to have. We want all of those first 3 column values only be displayed if InFocus in that respective row equals 1. Otherwise, we want all the values in the first 3 columns to be 0. So all we need to do is multiplying all 3 formulas by this InFocus value. In a similar way, we want all column values only be displayed if ShowType in that respective row equals 1. Otherwise, we want all the values in all columns of that row to be 0. So again, we need to multiply all these formulas by this ShowType as well. And finally, we want the remaining column value only be displayed in case ShowRemainingBudget in that respective row equals 1. Otherwise, we want that remaining value to be 0 in order to hide the budget. So only for the remaining column formula, we're gonna add in the ShowRemainingBudget value as a third factor in front of the existing formula. Let's start by multiplying the InBudget formula by CC InFocus and CC ShowType to only display the resulting value in case both these switch values are set to 1. Then we update the other 2 rows with this adjusted formula. Let's copy those 2 factors to also add them into the formula of the remaining column. But here we extend that by adding CC ShowRemainingBudget as a third factor that also needs to be set to 1 in order to show that value. Then we add that updated formula to the other 2 rows as well. And finally, let's add this initial 2 factors CC InFocus and CC ShowType to the excess calculation as well. And update the other 2 rows. Now we can push these upgraded formulas to all the other periods and directly test the functionality of those checkboxes to hide and display the expenses, savings, or income for each month. Or generally hiding all the remaining budget values to put the focus on the tracked amounts only. That works perfectly. And now as the final step to also visualize the periods not in focus, let's just copy over these 3 formulas from the first row and then simply negate the CC InFocus value in all these formulas by putting it into a not function. That means whenever a period is not part of the selected period and thus not in focus, this will now be true. Right now, this whole expression returns 0 for all the rows in all the months, as the selected period is total year, and for that reason all the periods are in focus. But once we jump over to the budget dashboard worksheet and select a specific month in that period dropdown, only that specific month has its values returned in the period in focus columns and is displayed in color, while the values of all the other months are now displayed in the period not in focus columns, and for that reason are visualized in these shades of gray. That is pure Excel chart magic. And of course, all these formulas still work perfectly hand in hand with those checkboxes, and we can hide and display elements just like before. Great! As this chart is now fully set up, let's move it over to the budget dashboard worksheet and make it fit into this prepared chart section. For that, let's first right-click on it and open the Format Chart Area section on the right in order to set the fill to no fill and the border to no line. Then we reduce the size and position it somewhere inside this chart section. For these Y-axis labels, I recommend to slightly reduce the font size to something like 7 and set the font color to a darker gray. And for these X-axis labels, we apply the same font size and color, but also make them bold. After that, we just play around with the position and size of that chart until we are fully satisfied. And then we can do the first test of the interplay between this period dropdown and the dynamic chart coloring. Seems like it works perfectly. With the total year selected, all the periods are visualized in color, while for the current month, which is March, only the March values are colorized. And the same when we switch to any other month. Amazing! The only components we still need to bring in here are the checkboxes. So let's jump back to the calculation sheet. Select all of them. Then cut them here and paste them over here. Unfortunately, the link to the underlying Boolean value in the calculation sheet somehow gets messed up when moving them to another sheet. We can easily see that by checking and unchecking them with no impact on our chart at all. We can figure out what the problem is when we right-click on one of these checkboxes and open the Format Control window. As you see, the cell link is still E49, but it doesn't show any worksheet specification. So now this checkbox is just linked to the cell E49 on this dashboard worksheet, which obviously makes no sense at all. We need to fix this for all the 4 checkboxes by manually redefining the link to now reference the correct cell in the calculations worksheet again. Same for the expenses checkbox. The savings checkbox. And the budget checkbox. And with this adjustment, we gain back the control over the visibility of the chart elements through these checkboxes. As the final step to finish this whole chart section, let's move these checkboxes close to the chart into the top right corner of the chart section. And to visually separate them from the rest of the chart, let's insert a normal rectangle for which we're going to remove the fill and set the line to have a mid-light gray color and a width of 0.5. Then we adjust the size of the rectangle and also its position until we are fully satisfied. And after that, let's select all those 4 checkbox elements, set them to a standardized height and width, and move them into the rectangle, making sure that all of them fit in there. Then I recommend to open the selection pane to make the selection of those 3 a bit easier. In order to align them to the left and distribute them vertically. Maybe we should move them a little bit more to the left. And finally, let's select the budget checkbox and the income checkbox to align them to the top. And at that point, we have completed this whole tracked versus budget chart section. With these checkboxes placed that close to the actual chart, hiding and displaying the individual components becomes an even more intuitive experience and allows us to view the tracked and budget data over time from multiple angles and at different degrees of visual complexity. In addition, when going through the individual months of the selected year, this chart beautifully highlights the relevant insights for that month only and enables us to better understand how the respective month's data can be compared within the bigger context. After completing the breakdown and summary section of this dashboard, let's add the last missing pieces, which are the performance KPI tiles right at the top. The goals for these tiles is to provide contextual information and summarizing insights that let us better evaluate and understand our performance in the selected year and period. Let's build these tile by tile, and in the first tile we want to display the selected year and period just like we already do in the section header, but visually way more prominent. As we have the selected year and selected period values already available as referenceable names, we can directly start with creating that tile by copying over one of the existing tiles from the budget tracking sheet and then positioning it right aligned to the left edge of our breakdown section. To make the transition between these 2 worksheets as visually smooth as possible, let's try to bring this to the exact same position as this first tile in the budget tracking sheet. For that, we switch back and forth and slightly adjust the tile position each time until we have achieved the perfect transition without any shifting. After that, let's decompose this tile to modify its individual components. At first, we make this tile background element a bit wider like this, as we're gonna need a bit more space in here. Then we also increase the size of this text box and change this title to Selected Year and Period. Instead of displaying the year and period value in a simple text box, let's remove this and insert a rounded rectangle shape instead. For this rectangle, we set the roundness of the corners to the maximum and then right-click on it in order to open the Format Shape section on the right. We set the fill to white and the borderline to this dark blue. And then close that section again to adjust the size and proportions of the shape. Let's jump up here and play around with different values for the height and width. And I think for displaying the selected year, this is an appropriate size. So let's link that shape's text content to the selected year value in the formula bar. There it is. It still looks a bit off, so let's align this text to the center and middle, reduce the font size to 10, and make it bold. Now it looks pretty clean to me, so let's find a good position for that shape within the tile. And right after that, we're gonna duplicate this shape to also display the selected period right next to the year. Let's align both shapes to the top. Then increase the size of this second shape, as the selected period text will probably take a little bit more space. And eventually change the value reference to Selected Period Display. Due to this updated reference, we need to readjust the font size and the bold text style. And that's it for this tile. Let's see if everything works fine by changing the selected year and period. And here we can see that one major advantage of this tile is that even when we have selected those dynamically calculated current month and current year options in the drop-down fields, this new tile prominently tells us what the current year and current month actually are. Of course, this tile also updates correctly for any other selected year or selected month. And what is also important, even those longer period names like September or November perfectly fit into this period shape. That means we are ready to regroup those tile elements and move on with the creation of the second tile, which will display how much the selected period has already progressed in time. So how much of the period is already over. That will allow us to better evaluate the percentage completion for each individual position in our breakdown section, as these can now be set into perspective. Before we create that tile, let's first set up the underlying calculations to determine the selected period's progress in the calculations worksheet. And before we get into that, let's quickly straighten up the alignment of that selected period value. Okay. And now down here, to calculate which percentage of the selected period is already over based on the current date, we first need to calculate the number of days that exist in that period, then the days that have passed in that period, and then by combining both we will get the percentage value. For the calculation of total days in the selected period, we need to differentiate between the calculation of days in the total year and days in a specific month. If the selected period is total year, then we can determine the number of days in the total selected year by composing a date for the last day of the selected year, which is the 31st of December, and then subtracting the date representing the last day in the year before the selected year, so the selected year minus 1. That way the number of days in the selected year is always correctly calculated, even if that year is a so-called leap year that has 366 days. Alternatively, in case the selected period is not total year, but a specific month instead, then we can calculate the total days of that month by making use of the EO_month function, which stands for end of month. That function returns the date value of the last day in a month before or after a specific number of months. That means it expects us to put in a start date value for which we provide a composed date with the selected year as year and the selected period as the month, and a random day number like 1 for the day. And then we could potentially define an offset in months that we want to apply to that date, but since we want to stay in this exact month, we simply enter an offset of 0. And finally, since this end of month function returns a date value, we still need to extract the day number from that date by wrapping the whole expression into the day function. Let's close that if statement, hit enter, and as you see, with the selected period being set to total year, the total number of days for the selected year 2022 is returned as 365, which is correct. When we jump over to the dashboard worksheet and change the selected year to 2024, which is a leap year, the formula correctly returns 366 this time. That's amazing. And when we change the period to the current month, for example, which is March, the formula correctly returns a total number of days of 31, while for February in 2022, it also returns the correct value of 28 total days. So as this days in period calculation seems to be legit, let's set the selected period back to total year and continue with the days passed in period calculation. As we're going to need to differentiate between a lot of different cases in that calculation, let's add a bit more space in the formula bar and start the formula off by checking if the selected year is the year of the current date. That is an important first check because only if that is the case, we actually need to calculate something that is different from either 0 or the total number of days in that period. So in case the selected year is the current year, then we need to check if the selected period is total year, because in that case we need to return the total days that have already passed in this year so far. And this number can be calculated by simply taking the current date and subtracting the date of the last day in the previous year. Alternatively, in case the selected period is not total year, but a specific month, then we need to figure out if that selected period is the current month, so the month of the current date. In that case, the days passed in this current month are calculated as the day number of the current date. Otherwise, if the selected period is a month before the current month, then that month has already fully passed, and thus the return value equals the total number of days in that period. In case the selected period is not smaller but greater than the current month, then this period obviously hasn't started yet, and the days passed in that period are 0. With this, we can now close the 3 inner if statements, and now can focus on the value if false calculation for the initial if statement. If the condition of that initial if statement returns false, that means that the selected year is either smaller or greater than the year of the current date. In case it is smaller than the current year, then we follow the same logic as we have already done for the month and return the total days of that period as all of the days have already passed. Otherwise, in case the selected year is greater than the current year, that year hasn't started yet and the days passed in that year are 0. We can now finally close that whole statement I know these were a lot of nested if statements, but this construct was necessary to cover all the potential cases. With the current date being set to the 15th of March, the days passed in the total year of 2022 are now correctly returned as 74. When we jump over to the dashboard sheet and change the selected year to a year after the current year, the formula correctly returns 0. When we, for example, select a month that is before the current month, then the days passed are correctly set to the total days in that month. When we set it to the current month, it correctly returns the current day in the month. And finally, when we select the month after the current month, then the formula correctly returns 0, as this month technically hasn't started yet. So this days passed in period formula also works perfectly fine, which now allows us to calculate the percentage of days passed in the period as the days passed in period divided by the total days of that period. And of course, this is supposed to be formatted as a percentage value. Great! With this calculation setup, we can now jump over to the dashboard worksheet and create that second tile. And as a blueprint, we're going to take that first tile from the budget tracking worksheet again, as this comes closest to the tile that we want to build. For aligning it to the position of the selected year and period tile, let's just place it at the lower position, then select both, and in the Shape Format tab, click on Align Top. It makes sense to first ungroup all the elements before we modify them one by one. Starting with the size of the tile background, which we're gonna slightly reduce. Then we change the title to a shortened form of period completed. And then we change the referenced value of that value text box down there to the percentage value that we have just calculated back in the calculation sheet. Let's readjust the text style to be size 12 and bold, and also align it to the center for this tile. And then we're going to reduce the size of the text box and recenter it within the tile shape by selecting both elements and in the Shape Format tab, clicking on the Align Center option. To finalize this tile, we want to add a progress bar, just like we have done for the percentage completion values in the breakdown section. For this one, however, we can't make use of the conditional formatting data bar option, as we want to place this on the foreground of the tile shape. Instead, we need to create an actual bar chart based on the percentage value in the calculation sheet. For this, let's select a random empty cell in the sheet, so we can insert an empty horizontal clustered bar chart with no data in it. And then we go to the Chart Design tab, click on Select Data, and then select the single percentage value which produces the simple bar chart. To normalize the proportions of the bar, let's manually set the x-axis maximum to 1, which equals 100%. And after that, we select the whole chart area to remove the fill and borderline. And then also remove any other element in this chart area except the bar itself. Of course, we still need to adjust the fill color of that bar to match the lighter gray that we have used for the percentage completed data bars in the breakdown section. And finally, to make this bar fill out most of this chart area shape, let's reduce the gap to 0%. When we then also reduce the height, that leaves us with a shape that comes pretty close to the cell-based data bars in the breakdown section. So let's move that over to the dashboard worksheet and adjust its size and position within the tile to be perfectly centered around the percentage value when fully filled. To do this in the most efficient way, let's put the value text box in front of the chart by opening the selection pane and dragging it on top of the chart element. And then we can reposition the chart, adjust its size to better match the proportions of the data bars in the breakdown section, and once we have aligned it to the text box vertically, we select both the chart and the tile shape to also center it horizontally within the tile. Perfect. Let's select all elements of that tile and group them together. And as this value is supposed to serve as a comparison value for the percentage completed values in the breakdown section, let's align the horizontal tile position to these data bars by moving it down, then making sure that the center of the progress bar in the tile matches the center of these percentage completed cells, and then just realign it vertically by also selecting the other tile and making use of the Align Top option. That's it for the setup of the second period completion tile, and you can instantly see the main value of that tile is that we now have a comparison value for all those percentage values in the breakdown section. And that gives us a good approximation for every position if it is behind or ahead of the curve. Let's continue with the next tile that will display the selected period's tracking balance, so the delta between the tracked income and tracked allocations to either expenses or savings, but only those effective in the selected period. Let's start by calculating the period tracking balance in the calculation worksheet first. And at first you might think this is a complicated thing to do for the selected period only, but the good news are that we have all the values we need for that calculation already available, because they are in the chart data tables for the category distribution charts. In these data tables, we have already dynamically calculated the total tracked income, the total tracked expenses, and the total tracked savings effective in the selected period. So this calculation is as easy as taking this total income value and subtracting the sum of this total expenses value and this total savings value. There we go. As the selected period is total year right now, it is no surprise that this period tracking balance equals the total tracking balance up there. And as we also want to have a similar analysis text in this new tile, let's just copy down these two cells, and as the cell reference has been set up relatively, it automatically references the correct cells with the period tracking balance value above. So it either returns this or this text based on the balance's sign. That's all we need. Let's jump over to the budget tracking sheet and simply copy over this tile for the total tracking balance. As for this one, we only need to change the title and the references in the value text boxes to turn it into the period tracking balance tile on this dashboard worksheet. For vertically aligning it to the other two tiles, let's just place it a little below them, then also select one of the other two tiles, and then align both to the top. This time we won't even need to ungroup these elements and can directly start with changing this title to period tracking balance, then changing the reference for the balance value to this newly calculated value in the calculation sheet. let's restore the font size of 12 and the bold text style. And after that, we also update the reference for this analysis text to now refer to the one that is actually related to this period tracking balance. Here we also need to restore the intended font size of 10.5. Maybe we can even slightly reduce the size of this text box and of the tile background shape. And that is it for this third tile. Let's see how this tile value behaves if we change the selected period to January. For that one, it returns an evened out period tracking balance of 0, as obviously the income tracked for this period perfectly equals the tracked allocated amounts to expenses and savings. The same is the case for February, and as in our sample data setup we are only halfway through the current month of March, here we still have a lot of tracked income that is left to be allocated. Wonderful. That means we can now move on to the creation of the fourth and final tile, which is also the final component of this whole Excel template. In this final tile we want to display one of the most crucial KPIs in personal finance, which is the savings rate. Just like for the other tiles, we're gonna calculate the savings rate for the selected period. And technically there are two fundamentally different ways to calculate the savings rate in this template. And I think it makes sense to enable whoever uses this template to decide which way of calculation is a better fit, maybe also depending on the situation. So let's jump over to the settings worksheet and create a new title in here for decisions about the ways KPIs are calculated in the dashboard. And the label for the decision field will be savings rate as percentage of income, because that is how the savings rate is always measured, as a percentage of the disposable income that is saved within a period. Let's quickly copy down this drop-down field and change the names of the available options while I'm gonna explain the two different ways of calculating the savings rate. As the savings rate is calculated based on the amounts that we actually track during the course of a period, it will make a fundamental difference if we either calculate the savings rate actively as the percentage of the disposable income that we have actually allocated to the savings categories, or passively as the percentage of disposable income that we have not allocated to expenses. Assuming we have a certain amount of disposable income at the beginning of a period, then calculating the savings rate as the percentage of disposable income that is actually allocated to savings would make the savings rate start at 0% at the beginning of the period and then gradually increase towards its final state at the end of the period. While when calculating the savings rate as the percentage of disposable income that has not been allocated to expenses so far, this is switched around, and we start with a savings rate of 100%, which then slowly decreases over the course of the period until it reaches its final state at the end of the period. So you see, depending on the situation and the way your actual money flows look like, either one or the other way of calculation might be better. And to make the selection you make here accessible in all other sheets, let's assign the cell the global name Savings Rate Calculation Type. And also add a short description that explains the decision to take here. For that description, let's insert another row so that we have 3 rows to merge into one coherent description area, for which we then set the text alignment to the left and top, reduce the font size, change the font color to this dark gray, and finally make the font style italic. Then we enter a quick description text that explains how the savings rate will be calculated, if we either select the active or the passive option. And then we jump over to the calculation sheet and start building that savings rate formula. In that formula, we first check if the savings rate calculation type equals percentage allocated to savings. In that case, we calculate it as the total tracked savings amount divided by the total tracked income amount that are effective in the selected period. And in case the other savings rate calculation type has been chosen, we calculate the savings rate passively as the difference between the total income and the total tracked expenses in brackets divided by the total tracked income effective in the selected period. And since both these calculations include a division by income and this tracked income can be 0, let's wrap this whole statement in an if-error function to catch potential division by 0 errors. And in case of an error, we simply return a dash. Great! At the moment, the selected period is total year, and for this year we have tracked 13,600 in disposable income, of which we so far have only allocated 3,090 to savings. Accordingly, with the savings rate calculation type currently set to the active option, the savings rate here is 22.7%. When we now change that savings rate calculation type to percentage not allocated to expenses, however, not only the savings position, but also the amount left to be allocated that is visible here as the period tracking balance is taken into account. For that reason, the savings rate is much higher here at the moment, but keep in mind that at the end of a period, the savings rate will be more or less the same with both ways of calculating it, given that the period tracking balance comes close to 0. As I prefer the active way of calculating it, let's put that in place. And then with the savings rate value now available in the calculation sheet, let's create the respective tile using the previous tile as a blueprint. Again, we position that new tile at a lower position and then also select one of the others to align the new tile to the same top edge. Now that we have the total number of tiles available in here for the first time, let's quickly make sure that we have a consistent spacing between each of them that is similar to the spacing in between the budget tracking tiles. So maybe we move this one a bit to the right, then move those two together a bit more to the left, and eventually slightly increase the size of the tile background shape of that initial tile. That looks pretty clean to me, so we can continue with setting up the individual elements of that last tile for the savings rate. This will be a lot easier if we ungroup the elements first. Then we start the modification with changing the title to period savings rate. As the next step, we're gonna remove the reference in the formula bar from this descriptive text box, as in this tile we want to have a static text for which we're gonna restore the font size to be 10.5. And the static text will be actually divided into a front part before the savings rate, for which we enter "you are saving." And then we just make this descriptive text box and the value text box switch places. After that, we're gonna change the reference for this value text box to now reference our calculated savings rate in the calculation sheet. And then we not only restore the font size of 12 and the bold text style, but we also align this value to the center, and this time also change the font color to be this beautiful blue that we associate with savings in this template. Maybe let's slightly adjust the size of that value text box and move it a little closer to this front text. And finally, we duplicate that front text box to make the sentence complete. First, we align that second text snippet to the same vertical position, and then replace the text with "of your income," so that the full sentence reads as "you are saving X% of your income." And after a few final positional adjustments to those text boxes, and a slight reduction of the tile background size, we can regroup all these tile elements quickly test how this new tile's content adjusts when we go through the few periods for which we have some tracked sample data. That looks good for January and February. For March, we obviously have no tracked savings yet, so 0% makes absolute sense. And finally, the total year again, which provides us the most evened out insight for this KPI. And at that point, we have completed the creation of this ultimate Excel personal budget template. There are only 2 finishing touches you need to put to this template before actually taking it into production and applying it for managing your personal budget. And this is at first changing the value of the current date name from this currently hard-coded date we see right here and which made absolutely sense during the development of the template, to the dynamic today formula, which always will return the actual current date. And as a final obvious step, we're gonna hide those 2 supporting worksheets for the drop-down data and the calculations. And that is it for this tutorial. If you want to download the Ultimate Excel Personal Budget Template, it is available on excelfind.com. Link for that is in the description. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and I'd be more than curious to learn what additional features you would love to see in this personal budget template. Let me know in the comments. Any constructive feedback is appreciated. And with that being said, I wish you a beautiful day and see you next time. Cheers!